A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the life of Mary Sothern. Mary Sothern is not the kind of a young woman to take defeat sitting down. Like most women, she'll fight even if all hope seems gone. Right now, all hope of interesting Jeffrey Barton in the town of Sanders does seem to be gone. Mr. Barton had been seeking a likely site for his new factory. To choose Sanders would have been the opportunity Max needed to put himself and the town back on a sound financial basis. Mary, Max, Dr. Benson, and Daddy Stratford held what amounted to a conference on what was the wisest method of approaching Mr. Barton. Well, you know what happens to the best-laid plans of mice and men. Mr. Barton took a plane to Chicago from Williamsport instead of coming back to Sanders. Now, Max won't have that all-important opportunity of talking to him. As things look now, Max may be forced to sell out to Proust after all. It is a few minutes after Wade Shaw, Barton's manager, stopped by to pick up the briefcase. Mary and Max have just bid Daddy and Dr. Benson goodbye, and they're coming in from the porch.
Max, hold the door. I'll bring him these cookies. It's like rain.
Well, here, I'll take him. You go ahead, Mary.
Just throw them on the hall there, dear.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, goodness, look at that clock. Didn't realize it was almost supper time.
So where are the kids?
Danny took them over to Phyllis.
Oh.
We should be along any time now. Come on out in the kitchen with me while I get supper.
No, I think I'll stretch out here on the davenport.
All right. What would you like to eat, dear?
Oh, nothing. I ain't hungry.
Max, don't take it so hard.
Oh, the cards are stacked against me, Mary. I give up.
Darling, I feel as badly as you do, but there still may be a chance.
No. You've heard what Doc said.
I know. Thinks we'll never be able to reach Mr. Barton in his office. But I don't think that's
No, he's right, Mary. You can't dynamite your way in to see those big shots.
Max, I think that's the false impression most people have. The bigger a man is, the nicer he usually is.
Yeah?
Yes. I'm sure, even though Mr. Barton's tremendously wealthy and the important head of a large corporation, he'll still see people who have something to offer him.
Well, I gotta give you credit for spunk, honey. Oh, you make me feel like a heel sometimes.
Max, that's the wrong attitude to take. If you yourself feel inferior, reflects in your whole personality.
Yeah?
Say to yourself, what I have to offer Mr. Barton is as important to him as it is to me.
Yeah, I read a book on that once that said, step number 1, don't shoot until you see the whites of their eyes.
Your history and psychology seem to have merged, darling. The book probably said, look a man straight in the eyes.
Yeah, well, that's the same thing.
Well, you have the opportunity. We'll write his office for an appointment.
Well, he'll have to come to Sanders to keep it.
Why, Max, he wouldn't do that. Why should he?
Because yours truly is out on bail. Remember?
I don't understand. What has one thing to do with the other?
The DA put in a little clause saying, quote, Max Tilly Sanders shall stay within the confines of this state until the present case pending against the defendant is disposed of. Unquote.
Poor darling, you know it to heart.
Well, I ought to.
And you can't notice because that does alter plans.
Yeah. Now, who's that? Danny?
Oh, no, he wouldn't leave. Must be someone else.
I'm in a swell mood for company.
I know, dear. I'll peek out the window before I answer.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Mrs. Brown. Bill Brown's wife.
Oh, she picks out a great time for visiting. Oh, we might as well let her in. She'll wear out the battery.
Oh, Max, be nice to her. After all, Bill's superintendent of the mill.
Okay.
Gracious, Mary. Something must be wrong with your bell. I rang and rang. How are you, dear?
Pretty well, Mrs. Brown. Come in, won't you?
Thank you, Mary. I'll just put my umbrella right here.
All right.
It looked like rain when I started out, so I took it. I knew if I carried an umbrella, it wouldn't rain.
Yes, that's always the way. Come on in the living room. Max is in here.
No, I'm so glad he's home. I want to talk to him.
Hello, Miss Brown. Say, excuse me for not getting up. I got my shoes off.
That's all right, Max. I always say if you can't be comfortable in your own home, where can you be comfortable?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, take this easy chair, Mrs. Brown.
Thanks.
I was just getting supper. Will you have something with it?
Oh, Len, no. I had my supper an hour ago. We eat at 5:30 now since Bill quit so early.
Things slow at the mill?
Well, that's what I came to tell you about. Oh, before we forget it, Mary, remind Max about that doorbell.
Why, what's wrong with it?
Mrs. Brown says she rang and rang.
Oh, yeah. I guess the battery's kind of weak.
You better have it fixed.
Yeah.
Now, as I was saying, where was I now?
You mentioned something about the mill.
Oh, yes, the mill. Well, Max Tilly, there's more going on there than meets the eye.
Oh, yeah?
You mean trouble of some kind?
Trouble of all kinds. I had a fight with my William tonight. That's why I left him right after supper. William came home talking about Max and what he's doing to the mill.
They're not being fair.
I believe what's right is right. A man doesn't deserve to be stepped on just because he's down.
I'm glad you have that much confidence in Max, Mrs. Brown. You can be sure he merits any defense you've given him.
I guess Bill ain't pulling for me, is he?
No, he's not. But you can't blame him much. Not with the stories that have been going around.
Did Bill tell you any of these stories?
Indeed he did. And you know my William isn't the kind of a man who talks much.
Oh.
Why, he can sit for hours smoking his pipe and never say a word. When he does open up, you can just bet he's so full of something it's run over.
Well, what popped the lid this time?
That gambling trouble you were into. They say if you're let run this town much longer, nobody will be safe.
That's ridiculous. Why, even Reverend Blaine, the pastor of your own church, knows that Max was completely...
That's all right. Let her talk, Mary.
I'm going to tell you just who's making all the trouble, Max. It isn't my William, and it isn't the men themselves.
No?
Is that Mr. Davis or Mr. Prue?
Oh, yeah.
They're still trying to slander Max.
I should say so. Why, they've got the men all stirred up. Land, if some of the stories were true, I couldn't rest in my bed at night.
How dare they put such utterly false and malicious thoughts into the men's minds? Max, isn't there some way they can be punished for such lies?
Oh, I'd have a fat chance trying to sue.
Max, I came over here to find out for myself. Were you for or against that gambling syndicate?
Again?
That's enough for me. I've known you a good many years, Max Tilly. I suppose you've got the regular faults the good Lord gives all men, but I know one thing. You're not a liar.
Well, thanks, Mrs. Brown.
They don't deserve a man like Max Sanders if they can believe such stories.
Oh, you know how I've always felt, Mary. But you can't blame me for wanting to hear the truth from Max's own lips.
Oh, sure, it's okay.
Well, I'd better run along and let you finish.
Oh, don't go, Mrs. Brown.
No, I really must get back. Bill's all alone. You stay right where you are, Max. I'll find the door.
Yeah, well, so long, Mrs. Brown, and thanks.
Thanks for coming, Mrs. Brown, and for telling us what you do.
Oh, it's only my Christian duty, Mary. Goodbye, dear.
Have you got your umbrella?
Sure, I have it right here.
All right. Goodbye.
Mary?
Yes, Max, coming. What, dear?
Well, what do you think now? Huh?
Same as I've always thought. Gossip can't hurt you, Max, if you won't let it.
Oh, that's what we've been telling ourselves all along. And where's it got us? Even the men are against me.
You make them see the truth. They aren't all cheap.
Oh, I ain't got a chance. It's like the Countess said just now. If I could do something big to make the men forget. I must go find something big.
Mr. Barton's new factory'd be just the same.
Sure, but I'm licked there. He's on his way to Chicago. I can't leave the state. Oh, what's the use? I guess I'm paying off for something I've done.
Oh, Max, darling, don't. We'll think of something.
No. You better let me set that deal with Proust. At least I won't have to tell Sis and Daddy that I'm not keeping my word.
Mr. Proust is our last resort. We still haven't lost a chance of interesting Mr. Barton.
Oh. Hey, that must be the 6:30 plane. The one Mr. Barton is taken to Chicago.
Max, we've got to think of some way to bring him back here.
From Hollywood
Hollywood, California, and the bomber base in England, Autolite brings you Everything for the Boys, the Command Theater of the Air, starring Mr. Ronald Colman and his guest for tonight, Miss Ginger Rogers. The play, Arch Oboler's radio dramatization of The Petrified Forest. Everything for the Boys is presented by the Electric Autolite Company and its 22 great manufacturing plants. Builders of precision equipment for 35 years. World famous for Autolite spark plugs, batteries, wire, cable, and electrical systems for automotive, aviation, and marine use.
This is Ronald Coleman. 2 American flyers are waiting for this broadcast in the shadow of a flying fort at a bomber base a few miles outside of London. Soon, these boys will leave for another bombing mission on Hitler's crumbling European fortress. Our famous guest for this evening, Miss Ginger Rogers, and I are going to speak by special overseas radio directly to these men. But before that, at their express command, we are going to bring to them and to you the first of our great plays. Gentlemen of the Army Air Forces, we are at your command. A message to you sitting at home, awaiting this play about to be sent to 2 boys, perhaps your own sons, at that bomber base overseas. I want you to think of a young lady about 4 years old. She has pigtails, and in her hand is the last stubby little bit of an ice cream cone. On her face, besides the ice cream, is the expression that comes to all children when they meet the realization that the ice cream cone must once more become a thing to be dreamed of and not a fact. Men die for things like that. Die so that their children can face squarely the enormous problem of ice cream. A marble rolled down the drain, a kite that got stuck in a tree. You and I are being given today a golden opportunity of seeing to it that the fathers of these children will soon be flying that first kite with their son or handing that ice cream to their small daughter. Today, America begins to pour its entire strength into a drive to raise $14 billion for fighting equipment for these men. This is our opportunity to say to the father of that little lady, I know what you expect of me. I will buy bonds in the 4th War Loan Drive. Yes, all of us, every one of us will back the attack.
Our command plays Robert Sherwood's classic, The Petrified Forest, as dramatized for radio by Arch Oboler. Our stars, Mr. Ronald Colman and his guest, Miss Ginger Rogers. The scene, England. The place, a bomber base. The time, those tense, terrible moments before the takeoff for the target of the night.
More coffee, Lieutenant?
Thank you, Miss Gabriel.
Donuts, Sergeant?
Sure, thanks, Miss Gabriel.
How much more time is there?
Well, there goes the first section. That means we take off in 20 minutes.
Well, I'd better get back to work.
You're pretty swell.
What is that coffee you drink?
Oh, I mean it. Oh, you can laugh at me, but we fellows know what you've done in this man's war. You know, all these hours waiting, I've been thinking how many people in this world a guy like me is grateful to. War is hell, but yesterday over the channel, it was as if all at once.
Oh, please go on.
All at once, it was as if the air all around me was filled with the wings of those RAF flyers who died to give us today. So many have given so much for us.
Long before the war began, there were some who knew the meaning of the word sacrifice.
Can I ask you where you were long before the war?
I was in a combination filling station and lunchroom in a place called Black Mesa, Arizona.
No kidding.
No kidding. Black Mesa, Arizona. Where first it was day, and then it was night, and nothing ever happened. Except one day, everything happened.
Good afternoon, miss. Can I order something to eat here?
Sure. Didn't you see the sign outside? The Black Mesa Barbecue, try our brew plate? What do you have?
What is barbecue?
Well, it's
Why are you looking at me like that?
Well, I've never seen anybody like you before.
I am rather dusty and bedraggled.
I didn't mean. Look here, are you just tramping along?
Just tramping along.
Oh, you're English.
Well, you might call me an American cousin. I am rather hungry.
What's your name?
Alan Squire.
My name's Gabriel Maple. Glad to meet you.
How do you do? Miss Gabrielle, I'm really very hungry. Could you please?
Oh, I'm sorry. One hamburger coming up.
I say, young fella, would you like to see a picture of that Duke Mantee? I've got a paper.
Why, yes.
Quite a fella, Duke Mantee, isn't he?
Great Scott. You mean to say this man killed 6 people?
Him and his friends did when they sprung up from the law.
He doesn't look very vicious, does he?
Oh, you can't tell a killer from his picture, except for his chin. It's a funny thing about a killer. Always holds his chin.
I don't think I've ever seen a killer.
I have. Plenty of them. Ever hear of Billy the Kid?
Oh, yes, indeed.
I know them well. He took a couple of shots at me.
I congratulate you on still being with us.
Well, just wanted to scare the pants off me. He did.
Here's your barbecue, Mr. Squire. I gave you a little salad on the side.
Thank you.
What line of work are you in, mister?
Well, I have been at times a writer.
Magazines? Want ads or patent medicine labels?
Your supper's ready in the kitchen, Grant.
Oh, and I'm ready for it. Well, pleased to meet you, Mr. Squire.
Pleased to meet you, sir.
Is your hamburger all right?
Yeah, that's a charming old gentleman. Is he your grandfather?
Yeah. I haven't met many writers, except one. He said I ought to go to Hollywood and be sure to look him up. What the devil? They never mean it.
Oh, I don't suppose they do. Of course, you want to go to Hollywood?
No. I want to go to France.
France? Why?
I was born there. You see, my father, he's over in Phoenix today. He was in the war, and he met my mother there. And that's how I happened.
Oh.
Mother's still there.
I see.
Yeah. Some people seem to think it was cruel of her to leave me, but, well, she didn't have any money to take care of me. And she just couldn't live in this place. Do you think she was cruel?
Not if you don't, Miss Gabrielle.
She sent me a book for my birthday. It's the poems of Francois Villon. Look, isn't it a beautiful little book?
Yes.
When I read these poems, they kind of get the stink of the gasoline and the hamburgers out of my system.
Would you read one of them to me?
Yeah. What do you mean now?
Yes.
Okay. I'll read you the one I like best. Mine own heart's lady, with no gainsaying, you shall be always till I die, nor cease to serve, but serve more constantly. This is the end for which we twain are met. You know, that's wonderful stuff. But that's the way the French people are. They understand everything. That's why I want to go to France.
If I were you, I'd stay here, Gabrielle, and avoid disappointment.
What makes you think I'll be disappointed?
I've been to France.
Why are you here?
Europe's in a mess. Dictators, appeasement, and the inevitable consequences. I want to see America.
What are you looking for?
Oh, I don't know, perhaps. Perhaps an old man who had his pants frightened off him by Billy the Kid, and a very pretty young lady who reads the poetry of Francois Villon.
I think I like you.
Hey, Cab.
The sheriff just drove up with a car full of deputies, and he says he thinks maybe that Duke Mantee will be heading this way. He killed 6 people over in Oklahoma City. Did you know that?
Yeah, I know that.
Oh, okay. Oh, boy, I wish that killer would come this way. I'd sure show him up.
He seems to have an abundance of vitamins.
Yeah, Bough used to play football. Did you hear what I said a moment ago when I said I liked you?
Yes, I heard you.
Well, I do other things that'd surprise you.
I'm sure you do.
I paint pictures.
Oh. Are they any good?
I mean, no.
Oh, please let me see them.
Well, they're kind of crazy pictures.
All the better. I'd like to learn.
Well, right, you asked for it. I've got a couple here under the counter. Here they are. Well, are they that bad?
I'm impressed. Tremendously impressed.
Are you kidding?
No, Gabrielle. I've never kidded anyone. Outside of myself. But this is amazing work. I'm beginning to believe that you're amazing, too.
I want to paint pictures to make people think about other people. Oh, I want that. But I'm not much.
I believe you could be.
Not in Black Mesa, Arizona. Now when I have to sit here day after day, you tell me what to do, Mr. Squire. You've got brains. I can see it.
Brains without purpose, noise without sound. No, don't listen to me. I was born just too late for the last war. And now the world's in a mess again, and I'm afraid there'll be no new war to clear the air. So I'm an intellectual with no place, and no faith, and no hope for the future. That's been the way of my life.
Where are you going from here?
Whatever the road outside leads to.
Well, it leads to the Petrified Forest. It's just a lot of dead old trees in the desert that have turned to stone.
Petrified Forest. Beautiful resting place for me.
I'd like to go away with you.
I beg your pardon?
I'd like to go away with you.
I'm afraid, Gabrielle, I could never.
You mean you haven't enough money?
Well,
Oh, we could sum our way. Oh, you could show me everything. All the wonderful sculpture and painting and explain everything. And, we could have a time together.
That's a rather startling proposal, my dear.
Wouldn't you like to be loved by me?
Yes, Gabrielle. I should like to be loved by you.
There's no use of arguing with me, Claire. It's not going to get any cooler until we get out of the desert. Young woman, how far is it to the Phoenix Biltmore? Are those your best cigars?
Yep. Phoenix is a good 200 miles from here.
Good heavens. Miss, where's the ladies' room?
It's that way, ma'am.
Would you show me?
Yeah.
Haven't you got any better cigars than these?
No, sir.
I say, would you have room in your car for another party?
Who is it?
Myself.
I don't know.
Did you get your cigars, mister?
Well, I don't think they're good enough.
Okay.
About that ride, sir.
You're going away?
Yes, I must.
Oh, please.
Well, George, have you got your cigars? Must we stay here all day?
Dear, this gentleman wishes us to give him a lift as far as Phoenix.
Well, come ahead. Let's be on our way.
Thank you.
You're always in a hurry, Claire. Wait a minute.
Well, goodbye, Gabrielle.
Why must you go? Why?
I'm a man who was born too late for everything. A man without a place. Remember?
I like you so very much. Will you remember that?
Yes. I remember. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
That's okay, mister. Okay. Hey, Gabby, did you see the swell car those people came in? Oh. That fellow was just looking at your crazy pictures, huh?
Yeah, my crazy pictures.
Gabby, listen. How about us taking a little walk tonight, huh? Listen, honey, sweet. You gotta grow up sometime. You gotta stop being afraid. You think I'm something terrible and you gotta keep away from me. Well, I'm not so bad, Gabby. I'm just a big guy with a good heart and plenty of hot blood. I'm full of love, honey, and so are you. You don't know it yet, but you are. And when we get out there in the moonlight, you'll be glad it's happening. Honestly, you will, honey, sweet.
Yeah. What's the difference? I'll go with you, Bough. Anytime you want.
Gabby, I want to.
Bough, not...
Oh, Gabby.
What?
It's that Duke Mantee. The killer, Duke Mantee.
All right. Shut up and stand over there against that wall. You two up there. You're over there with the rest of them. Slim, come on in here.
Grant! Come on out here, Grant!
All right, I hear you. What's all the commotion? Who are you?
Sit down, you won't get hurt.
Oh, you're Duke Mantee, aren't you? You're the killer.
Sit down, Grandpa. The rest of you, too.
Mr. Squire, Alan, I didn't think I'd ever see you again.
Look at his chin, Mr. Squire. Remember what I told you? He's a real killer.
I should imagine he is.
He's a gangster and a rat, and he ought to be put out of the way.
Oh, stop.
You talking about me, halfback?
I'm not afraid of you.
You better not talk anymore, Bough. Mr. Mantee is a peculiar phenomenon. He's a throwback to another age. Man like myself, living outside of his proper time. The difference is that he knows what he wants to do and does it, while I neither know nor do.
What's he talking about, Duke?
I'm listening to him.
Thank you. Duke, rather than wait here for the police, I think you'd better come with me. I'm planning to be buried in the Petrified Forest. I've been evolving a theory about that that would interest you. It's the graveyard of the civilization that's moved out from under us. It's the world of outmoded ideas, self-sacrifice, patriotism, the ideal of the unity of mankind, selflessness. Fools like myself who believe in such nonsense are so many dead stumps in that desert. That's where I belong, and so do you, Duke, for you're the last great apostle of rugged individualism, aren't you?
Yeah. Maybe you're right, pal. Yeah, I don't fit you out. We ought to...
Duke, look out! Don't die!
Then we ought to rest you. Come right ahead back. One more grab at me, I'll make a slug right through your head.
Bough, your hand.
I had a chance to get his gun and I mucked.
Tough luck, halfback. Hey, you, blonde. Take him out in the kitchen and fix him up. Slim, she's got him bandaged, tie him up.
A pleasure. Come on, Hero.
Does it hurt badly, Bough?
Say, Duke, did you mean to hit him in the hand, or was that just a bad shot?
It was a bad shot, Grandpa. I had to get it off fast.
Duke, do you mind if I reach in my pocket for something?
What do you want?
I was traveling with all my worldly possessions on me, this insurance policy. It's my only asset. It's for $5,000, and I want to endorse it over so that the money would be paid to Miss Gabrielle, that young lady in there.
By all that's holy, he's drunk.
Duke, if these fine, substantial citizens, Mr. and Mrs. Chisholm here, witness my signature, I'm sure the endorsement of the policy over to Miss Gabrielle would be legal.
Okay.
Thank you. Would you sign here, Mr. Chisholm?
Do you realize what you're doing?
I do. Thank you for your signature. Mrs. Chisholm?
Yes, I'll sign.
Thank you.
You're in love with her, aren't you?
Perhaps I am.
It don't mean a thing. He ain't going to die. Insurance policy's no good to her. He ain't going to die.
I believe that's where you're wrong, Graham. Duke, listen to this. That blonde girl has heroic stuff in her. She has the energy, the vitality with which to fight the future battles. Why, she may be one of the immortal women of the France where she was born. Another Joan of Arc, or Georges Sand, or Madame Curie. I want to show her that I believe in her, and how else can I do it? Living, I'm worth nothing to her. Dead, I can buy her the tallest cathedrals and golden vineyards and dancing in the streets. One well-directed bullet will accomplish that. One bullet, Duke. Will you do it?
I'll think it over, pal.
Mr. Squire, you're crazy as a loon. There ain't a woman alive or ever did live that's worth $5,000.
You're a forgetful old man, Gramp. Any woman is worth everything that any man has to give. Anguish, ecstasy, faith, jealousy, love, hatred, life or death. When you reach my age, you'll learn better sense.
George, did you hear that?
I heard.
Gramp, that granddaughter of yours, do you know what she is?
What is she?
She's the future. She's the renewal of vitality and courage and aspiration. All the strength that's gone out of you and out of me. And, Mrs. Chisholm, please don't look at me like that.
Well, all I know is I wish you were talking about me.
Duke, the road. I think there's a car coming. We ought to lam out of here.
Yeah, the back way. Mr. and Mrs., whatever your name is.
Me?
Yeah, you and your wife are coming along with us.
Please,
shut up. You're important stuff. While you're with us, nobody will shoot at me.
But we were...
For heaven's sake, George, keep quiet and do what he says.
Take them out the back way, Slim.
Okay. Come on, you two. Come on. Well, how about me, Duke? Me too?
You better stay right where you are.
Oh.
Alan, those will be all right. You can't... Where is everybody?
The guard, sister. I'm going too. You better stay right here for a while. So long.
You, wait.
Alan, why?
You, come back.
What's the matter, pal?
Duke.
Yeah?
What I asked you to do before.
You still want that?
It's no matter whether I want it or don't want it. You've got to do it. You hear me? You've got to do it.
Okay, pal.
Alan!
Try to do it so it wouldn't hurt, pal. I'll be seeing you soon.
Alan.
Gosh almighty. He really meant for him to do it.
Oh, Alan.
It doesn't hurt. At least it doesn't seem...
Grab, get somebody quick.
No use.
Gramps, right. Funny, isn't it?
What, Alan? What did you say?
Funny, I had to come all this way to find a reason to live and die.
Alan.
Gabby, listen. His life insurance for $5,000. He said it was for you because you were, I think he said, the future. Does that make any sense to you?
We'll bury him out there in the Petrified Forest.
What?
That's what he wanted.
Oh. The sheriff. I'll go call the sheriff.
Mine own heart, you shall be always till I die, nor cease to serve, but serve more constantly. This is the end for which we tell Amen.
Mr. Ronald Coleman and his guest star, Miss Ginger Rogers, in Arch Oboler's dramatization of The Petrified Forest.
At this moment, 2 American boys at a flying base in England are waiting to speak to the folks at home. It's after midnight there now, and... 1 minute. Hold on. Is that a signal from our engineer? Starcall ready?
You talk to him first, huh, Ronnie?
Hello. Hello, Staff Sergeants Cassidy and Badnin. Are you there?
This is Staff Sergeant Cassidy. Is that you, Mr. Coleman?
Yes, Sergeant. Is Sergeant Badnin with you?
Yes, he is.
Hello, Sergeant Badman. How are you? Sergeant Badman, are you there?
He's here all right, Miss Rogers. He's scared he can't talk, and so am I.
Scared? You fellas? Oh.
Well, we've been on plenty of missions, but we never figured our next one would be to talk to Ginger Rogers.
Oh, I think you're very sweet.
I like you too, Ginger.
Who said that?
That's Sergeant Badman. He's recovered.
Sergeant Cassidy, our new program is Everything for the Boys. So what can we do for you?
Well, we talked it over, and we were wondering, could you sort of let us hear the things we missed?
Well, what, for instance?
Well, they've been feeding us fine over here, but ice cream sodas. Honestly, don't know a soda from Station Chips.
Well, what'll it be, boys?
Did we hear a double chocolate soda being mixed? With whipped cream on top.
Oh, no sooner said than done. Jim Bannon, some ice cream, syrup, and soda water, please.
scoops of ice cream. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, Mammy, show me the way to go home.
There it is, boys. Now, what do we do with it, huh?
Have Miss Rogers drink it and take with me.
Well, I understand, Sergeant Cassidy, that you are very anxious to have us get you some information about your sister's new baby. Your very first niece,
I'll say I am, Mr. Coleman. Never had much to do with babies before. Not as young as Connie Ray and me. Did you find out anything about her?
We certainly did, Sergeant. Connie Ray is as healthy as she could be and growing like a little weed.
That's good.
We also heard that she has your disposition.
Uh-oh, that's bad.
You have a sister, too, haven't you, Sergeant Batman?
You bet I do, Mr. Coleman. She lives right there in Los Angeles.
How long since you last heard her voice?
Gosh, let me think. Well, all I can say is that it's been too long.
Well, then it's high time something was done about it.
What do you mean, Miss Rogers?
Just this, Sergeant.
Hi, Harry. This is your sister, Helen.
Oh, gosh, this is the biggest surprise I've ever had, Ellen. Gosh, it's good to hear your voice.
Harry, I can hardly talk.
Come on, sis.
Harry, you know the folks. You didn't tell the folks that you're in the Air Forces.
Sure, but I just don't know what I can do about it.
Well, Harry, that's what I wanted to talk to you. The folks know.
What?
Yes, the folks know that you're a flyer, and they're terribly, terribly proud of you.
Oh, gosh, sis, that's wonderful. That's the greatest news I've had for weeks and weeks.
Harry, there isn't any more time. Stay well and keep those letters coming.
I will, Helen. And to you and the folks back home, keep that equipment to me, and Helen, have the folks by war bonds, will you? It makes us feel good to hear about it.
Amen.
Yes, I will. Happy landing, Harry.
So long, sis.
Say, we have a few seconds more. Anything else we can do for you, Sergeant Batman?
Yeah, there is. But I don't know what you think I try to be first.
Well, all you have to do is ask for it.
Well, I'm not married, and I was wondering, Miss Rogers.
Yes, Sergeant?
Could you?
Well, say it.
Well, could you tell me your private Hollywood telephone number?
Yes, I can, but not on a transatlantic hookup. I'll mail it to you.
Good enough.
Sorry, we've got to go now. Thanks a lot, Mr. Coleman and Miss Rogers.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Good luck.
Good luck, boys. Gentlemen, the transatlantic circuit is broken, and 2 American boys waiting on the edge of an English meadow turn toward their flying fortress. 2 American boys. And if Miss Rogers and I have given them a few minutes of pleasure without play acting, we are happy indeed. And they will all be grateful to you if you carry through in your task of providing them with fighting equipment.
Next week, Otto might cordially invite you to another half hour of Everything for the Boys. Your new global half hour uniting the home front and the fighting front. Your host, Ronald Coleman, will have as his special guest Miss Irene Dunn. In Arch Oboler's dramatization, based upon an exciting Jack London story, all at the express command of a group of fighting Marines who will listen in and then speak to Mr. Coleman and Miss Dunn directly from a base in the South Pacific.
With our most sincere thanks to Ginger Rogers for being with us tonight, we leave you now until next week, when at the command of our fighting men from a base in the South Pacific, we bring you Miss Irene Dunn. This is Ronald Coleman saying good night to you and the boys, and God be with you.
This is Frank Martin saying good night for Autolite. Our program has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the top in Spine Killers. The Creaking Door. The manufacturers of State Express 3-5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door. Good evening, friends of The Creaking Door. The Creaking Door is open. So do come in. Remember the nightmare you had the other night. You do. You're going to have it again. Get 3-5. Get the taste. 3-5 by State Express. Get the taste of international success. The taste that's uniquely 3-5. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so right, so smooth, so satisfying. 3-5. Get the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3-5 the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3-5. Get the taste. A middle-aged woman walks with the aged gardener through the grounds of the old timbered house. She turns to the white-haired, trembling man and says,
The streets at Ridgeway is exactly the same in Tudor days. I remember coming here once when I was a little girl. I never dreamed it would be mine one day. You're very quiet, Partridge.
I was just thinking, Missy. Yes, it does. You'll be very happy here.
Thank you, but your tone of voice suggests I won't be. Why did you say it like that? What do you mean?
Well, he said that... Oh, but I shouldn't even go on speaking of such things.
Oh, now that's not fair. Arousing my curiosity and then leaving me up in the air. What were you going to say?
I've no wish to be tempting the devil, Missy.
You said that as if you were afraid.
I know, hero. When it comes to horns and clone, I think it was to keep my peace.
Oh, now, Partridge, you're not taking those stories of Ridgeway being haunted seriously, are you?
I've lived in these parts all my life. I worked for your aunt's father. I've seen her things that there's no logical explanation for.
What things?
Like in the ground on a winter's night. Footsteps in the house when there's nobody there.
Oh, what rubbish. This is the 20th century, the atomic age.
You were an arse, Miss Garfield, isn't you? It's strange, I tell you.
Well, you can't frighten me with your silly stories. Come on, let's go inside.
And Garfield walks away. The white-haired servant come gardener follows her into the house. It is dark in the oak-paneled hall.
Oh, is it all as cold as this, Partridge?
If I'd known you were coming today, Miss, if I'd lit the fire.
Well, you can get rid of all these dust sheets now. Does the place look like home?
You've been staying then?
Oh, of course.
You didn't bring any luggage with you?
No, they're sending it up from the station.
But what's a young woman like yourself going to do here?
Young? I'm not very flattered, Partridge. I'm a writer. It's perfect here. It's private, it's quiet. Just what I've been wanting. But it's such a pity.
But your aunt had to die. So that you forget it.
Yes, it was so sudden. And why she should have left Ridgeway to me, I can't imagine.
This is where I've been.
Yes?
Aye. lying all crumpled up on the floor.
Oh.
Her face, why, I never looked at her face.
What's wrong with it?
Her eyes were open, all glassy like, and her teeth were bare like a death's head.
Oh, you've got quite a way with words, Partridge. Just a frightening picture you've just conjured up.
Not to lay me all night. It was as if you were looking at yon painting.
That one, over the fireplace?
Aye.
Who is that?
Why, that's him. His lordship.
Who is he?
He was a baron. The first Baron Jeffreys. Chief Justice of the King's Bench.
Oh.
Judge Jeffreys of the bloody authority.
Look at those eyes. Grey and merciless. Lips pinched tight. Mouth a cruel slit. Oh, I've never seen such an evil face in all my life.
He was the devil incarnate, Missy.
What's his picture doing in this house?
Well, this is very strange, so you decided here at Ridgeway.
Did he die here?
No, he was captured right here. He died in the Tower of London.
Are you making this up, Partridge?
No, Missy, it's a fact. Ask anybody in the village.
Do you say you found my aunt lying here, dead, her eyes turned up to that picture?
Aye. She died of fright.
Nonsense! I said nonsense.
Who are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I give you a fright? I'm Dr. Stewart, Clive Stewart. I attended your aunt.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do, Miss Garfield? Well, your aunt spoke of you and described you many times, so I feel I know you quite well. I couldn't help overhearing your conversation just now. The door was open, so I walked in. I hope you don't mind.
No, not at all.
I called to see if there was anything I could do. Anything at all to make you stay here a comfortable one.
Well, that's very kind of you, Dr. Stewart, but I've only just set foot in the place. Haven't really got my bearings yet.
Oh, I assume my visit's a wee bit clever to you.
Oh, but it was very thoughtful and very kind of you.
No, not at all. If I can be of any service whatsoever.
Thank you. I'll certainly bear that in mind.
Then I'm surprised at you, Patrick, telling Miss Garfield your silly stories.
Folk can think what they like, but I stand here and I know.
Your mistress died of a heart condition. I was seeking her complaint for years. So let's have no more talk of ghosts.
What's that?
Anybody home?
Who is it?
Good morning. May I come in?
Oh, good morning.
The name's Bell. Anthony Bell. Here's my card.
Investigator. The Psychical Research Association.
Yes, we're doing this district. This old house has quite a history.
Do I take it that you're interested in laying ghosts?
You take it correct, Miss Garfield.
How did you know my name, Mr. Bell?
All over the village they say that Miss Garfield has come to take up residence.
I see. Well, I think I'd better tell you right away that I don't believe in ghosts or the supernatural.
Oh, they all say that. Mr. Bell, I think it's clear that Miss Garfield is not interested in the services which you have to offer. Oh, what? Oh, dear, what a shame. Well, you never know.
What do you mean by that?
You haven't stayed here overnight, have you?
No, not yet.
Are you staying here tonight?
I am.
Well, you can always get me at the Goat and Compass, pub down the village.
Thank you, Mr. Bell, but I don't think it'll be necessary.
Well, I'll be off then. Just thought I'd pop in, make myself known. Sorry to have troubled you. Bye.
Good day to you, Mr. Bell.
What an odd young man.
Well, he's been round these parts for nigh on 4 months.
Sure. Well, I think I'll be off too. If you do need anything, Miss Garfield, you'll find my telephone number in the directory. It was grand meeting you, and I look forward to seeing you again soon.
Thank you, Dr. Stewart. You've been very kind.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
But I get about waking up a fire for you, Missy.
They like that picture. And a good party to take it down. Oh, silly on me. Only been here 5 minutes. This story of ghosts is beginning to get a hold on me. Strange. It's those eyes. It's almost as if... Oh, pull yourself together. All right, there's a creak. What can you expect of an old house on a winter's night? Another. And another. Who's there? Oh, is that you, Patrick? Yes, I heard them. It's my imagination. Seem to be in the There is somebody up there. On the landing, to the top of the stairs. No sound. Mr. Bell, there was this terrible crash. Knocking the light out of me. It was so loud and sudden and choking scream. I've never heard anything like it in my life. I just sat there, couldn't move. And then, it was horrible. You didn't mind my coming over to you. I didn't want to frighten poor old Parker, and I couldn't stay in that place another moment.
Oh, it's extraordinary. This is fascinating, isn't it? When can I go back with you?
I'm not going back. I haven't told you anything.
Oh.
I couldn't believe my eyes. It seemed to be suspended from the landing. Its shadow was on the wall. In the firelight, it was a hangman's noose.
Get 3 5. Get the taste. 3 5 by State Express. Get the taste of international success. The taste that's uniquely 3 5. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so right, so smooth, so satisfying. 3 5. Get the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3 5 the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3 5. Get the taste.
Well. What extraordinary goings on. A hangman. No wonder the girl was highly strung up. But let's see how the special investigator of the Psychical Research Association reacts.
Hangman's noose, you see. Those are most of you. Oh, yeah, how stupid of me. Landlord, a pick-me-up from Miss Darcy. What'll this be, miss?
Well, I took a brandy after what I was feeling.
Certainly. Oh, good evening, Doctor. Good evening. What is I hear? Perhaps he's had this screaming and run down the road. What is it, Miss Garfield? So would you run, I mean.
The house is haunted. I heard screams, press doors. I saw a hangman's noose.
Good heavens, you are in a nervous state. But perhaps I'll try and fix a room for you here at the Goose and Compass. What do you feel, landlord?
Oh, that's the arranged, Doctor. No, good heavens, we can't let an opportunity like this slip by. This is what I've come to the village for. Do you mind if I spend the rest of the night at your house?
Do you really want to do that? After what I told you?
Oh, yes, I would be most grateful.
Oh, well, now you're making me feel foolish. I never did believe in ghosts, you know. Do you, Doctor?
Well, as a man of science, I've long since learned to keep an open mind about almost anything and everything.
Oh, please, Miss Garfield, I don't want to test, Doctor. It would be a great feather in my cap.
Are you a professional investigator?
Oh, yes, I'm employed by the association.
Well, I feel better now I've had a brandy. Thank you, landlord. I won't take the room after all. I'll go back to the house, too. If I'm going to live in it for the rest of my life, I must believe that there is a logical explanation for what's happened.
Oh, good. Shall we get in, Miss Garfield?
I really don't think you should. After all, we know very little about this young man.
Well, I can show you my authority. I can assure you I'm a perfectly respectable sort of person. Shall we go in my house?
How strange the place looks. That dark stone against the moonlit sky. Perhaps...
Oh, please, Miss Garfield.
Oh, yes. All right.
Where's the switch?
Although you hardly need it on a night like this with those huge windows and the moon. Oh, what is it?
The hangman's noose. It's still there.
Well, I'll be... Oh, there's nothing supernatural about this. Look. Take away your hands from your eyes.
Yes. I didn't look.
This hangman's noose has got plenty of substance. The common or garden rope. And it didn't get there by itself. Pity.
What do you mean, pity?
Well, my job is to delve into psychic phenomena. Nothing phenomenal about this other than the fact that somebody has tied one end of a rope to the rafter and the other end with its noose allowed to swing in the firelight.
Oh, what a dirty trick. I nearly died of fright.
What's going on here? Oh, it's you, Mickey. I've been so worried for you. Oh, he's a bit late to be visiting Mr. Bell, isn't he? What's that rope doing hanging up there? Don't you know? Me? Why should I know about the rope?
You told me that my aunt died of fright.
Aye, it's true. What's this about Miss Garfield's aunt dying of fright? She did. I found her. I saw her face. The expression. I don't know what it was that she saw, but it must have been evil. And the supernatural is not necessarily evil, Mr. Parsons. But that rope is not supernatural. Somebody wanted to frighten you, Miss Garfield. Can you think of anyone wanting to scare you out of your wits? Things that are supernatural need no reason. I tell you that there's nothing supernatural about that rope. He used the rope. Judge Jeffries did.
Oh.
After this, there'll be something else. There'll be no stopping it. Don't stay in the house, Miss Garfield. There'll be evil here. Well, I'm going. He's so nice to you. You trust him?
I've no reason not to. Why do you ask?
Because that rope was put there by some human agency.
But he's been in the family for years. He's 80. He's a daddy. Why should he want to hurt me?
Now what? Creeping up on me like that.
No, it's not creeping, you stupid old man.
Your shadow, it looks so ghost-like.
Can I help it if I throw a shadow on the path? It's a moonlit night.
What on earth is... Late for you to be paying us visit?
I don't wish to be rude, Mr. Bough, but what about you?
Well, you were present and Miss Garfield gave me permission. But why have you come, Doctor?
My grounds adjoin this. It occurred to me that Miss Garfield might need a sedative after her nasty experience.
Oh, I thought I heard your voice, Doctor. I was trying to come out at first. Oh, that's cruel.
Oh, sorry, Missy. My nerves is all shot to pieces. I won't bother you again tonight. Look, why don't you go to the Goat and Compass, Miss Garfield, and let me stay here with my equipment? I'll get it from the car.
So you think this house is haunted?
Oh, I don't know. It's regarded as a home for restless spirits.
Restless? All the people that Judge Jeffries bumped off.
Do you mind if I close the door? It's getting a bit chilly. Can I ask you a drink?
Hey, I'd like that.
Oh, good. Let's go and sit by the fire.
Look at that painting. What a character he must have been. During the bloody assizes, he confiscated his victim's property and possessions. Well, the confiscation was done in the name of the crown. But historians have reason to believe that he snuffled quite a tidy sum for himself. After the second rebellion in 1688, when he was all set to flee to France, he was caught here. But he didn't have a penny with him.
Well, I suppose he had it stashed away somewhere.
Well, if he did, it's never been found. And it's reasonable to suppose that, as it was his intention to flee to the continent, they wouldn't go empty-handed.
Ah, that's your theory that he would have had the money here with him.
Well, it's an interesting thought, is it not?
Oh, I suppose it is. But my interest is in the supernatural.
Oh.
So, what's the matter? Have you heard something? I must set up my equipment.
Equipment?
Oh, we can't carry out psychic research without any equipment. Recording machines, tripwires, that sort of thing.
Yes. But why did you shiver, Miss Garfield?
Oh, it was the sort of that rope.
Is it still tied to the rafters?
Yes, it must be.
Yeah, I'm beginning to feel a bit uneasy myself. Were I not a lonely bachelor, I'd suggest to spend the night at my place. You know what happened to your aunt?
Parker says she died of fright.
Partridge has a vivid imagination. She had a weak heart, poor lady. I understand the weakness is part of the family.
I don't think you should stay here. Forgive me saying this, Miss Garfield, but the color of your face... You have a heart condition, too, have you not?
Yes. My mother died of heart failure. Just wait. Somebody knows this, Doctor. Someone's trying to take advantage. Someone's trying to frighten me to death.
Good heavens, it's midnight.
Well, that's settled it. I can't very well go to the Great Compass.
You can stay at my place for the night.
And what do the villagers think? A middle-aged spinster and a middle-aged bachelor. Funny thing, that's the first time I've announced since I arrived.
Well, couldn't we both stay here tonight, Doctor? Keep Miss Garfield company. Stay here as guests. No, I'd be quite happy to. If it's all right with you, Miss Garfield. Well, I'd better get my equipment out of the car. I'll nip next door and get a toothbrush and things.
O'clock in the morning. I wonder if the men are asleep. Oh. No, can't be. Those tests. It's the same sound. Oh, it's outside the door. I hate to look, but I must. Oh. Right. Pale blue. The color of ghost. Oh, pull yourself together. There's no one there. No. It's him. There he is. In his robe, his wig. It's the portrait.
Miss Garfield! Miss Garfield!
Oh. He was there. The ghost. I saw him. Oh.
Now, take it easy.
He was up there on the landing.
What's going on up here? Now, over.
Don't open the door.
Here, let me help you back to bed. You're going to be all right.
Can you read that for me, Gerald? If you ain't got to me.
Oh, what's on earth? There's a lucky man. He'll wake in the neighborhood.
Oh, are you all right, Mrs.
Will you close the door? Now, you take this pill. It'll reduce the palpitations and help you to sleep.
There'll be evil spirits aboard this night.
All right, Patrick, relax. Who are you really, Mr. Bell?
What do you mean?
I thought there was something funny about you, spending all these weeks on the verge. There's no such thing as a National Psychic Research Association.
So you found that out, did you?
No, but I have now. I should have you up for attempted murder. How did you know about Miss Garfield's weak heart? I don't know what you're talking about.
Now things do beginning to make sense, Doctor. Miss Garfield did say as how the house fears for a lifetime. But on her death it goes to her nephew, whom she's never seen.
Are you her nephew?
Yes. But neither of you will be able to prove anything, will you? Good night. Oh, he fell over his own tripwire.
Good heavens.
If he's lying like he's still, is he...
I am afraid so. Look at that skull. No, it was me, the skull that killed him. Hey, of course.
What do you say, Doctor?
The family weakness. This young man has died of heart failure.
Doctor, what's that? Oh, yeah. Some creaking footsteps.
Surprising end to the young man's plans. Fancy trying to frighten his aunt like that. It was a little heartless of him, wasn't it? Poor woman didn't have a ghost of a chance. Our young Mr. Bell will be able to ponder over his misdeeds here, behind the creaking door.
Get 3 5s. Get the taste. 3 5s by State Express. Get the taste of international success. The taste that's uniquely 3 5. A Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so right, so smooth, so satisfying. 3-5. Get the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3-5 the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3-5. Get the taste.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door, of course.
The manufacturers of State Express 3-5 Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present The Creaking Door.
The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now the Whistler's strange story. Enough rope.
It came to Martin Forbes as a terrible shock. During the years since the death of his wife, Margaret, he had buried himself in his painting, managing somehow to drive the horror of it all out of his mind. But now it was back again, back in the person of a police lieutenant who had called without warning and quietly dropped his bombshell.
And so, Mr. Forbes, we thought you'd want to know. The man who killed your wife was arrested late this afternoon.
The man?
Well, now, I can understand why it's such a shock to you, but you see, the investigation has never stopped. When a man has killed 6 people, the police department doesn't give up easily.
The man confessed?
Well, no. The arresting officers had to use their guns. He's in the prison ward at the hospital. Naturally, we hope he'll come around long enough for questioning.
But you're certain he's...
The strangler? There's no doubt about it. Yes, it's my duty to inform the relatives of the victims. I'm only sorry it couldn't have been sooner, Mr.
Well, I'm sure you people have done everything possible. It must have been very difficult.
Yes, it has been. Yeah, we really hoped we had something in the case of your wife. It's being a little different from the rest.
Different?
The weapon, I mean. In all the other cases, it appeared the strangler used a silk scarf. But with your wife...
Yes, they told me. Length of rope, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. Clothesline, judging from the marking. Too bad he didn't leave it around.
Would it have made any difference?
Oh, yes, sure. Even a scrap might have prevented his next murder. Our analyst could have traced it down. And with luck, we'd have had a description of the man who bought it.
Well, the fact that you've captured him now...
Yeah, we'll find out the whole story now. Well, Mr. Forbes, I should be getting back.
I suppose if you learn anything further...
Mm-hmm. We'll pass it along. Of course, there's a chance he may not pull through, but... Well, we want to be as thorough as he was, not leave any loose ends around.
Any loose... Oh, yes, of course. Yes, well, I'll see you to the door.
Oh, no, don't bother. Good night, Mr. Forbes. We'll keep in touch.
Good night, Lieutenant. Good night. Loose ends. The rope. Even a scrap, he said. Can't leave a scrap. Yes, it came as a terrible shock, didn't it, Martin? But not for the reason the lieutenant suspected. No, it's something more impelling than grief that sends you upstairs to your attic studio. Just a scrap of rope. The lieutenant said just a tiny scrap would be enough to tie up the case. To reveal that artist Martin Forbes had used a series of local stranglings to cover up the murder of his own wife. Naturally, the actual length of rope you used was destroyed immediately afterward, wasn't it, Martin? But the piece that came from, the odd length used to tie up an old trunk, to hang in your studio and on the attic wall. You know now that every piece must be found and burned at once. On the way out to the incinerator, you realize that the front doorbell is ringing. Hastily, you stuff the rope under a chair cushion and hurry to answer.
Yes?
Well, you are home. Almost gave up. I've been standing here reading.
Well, I was busy upstairs.
You are Mr. Forbes, Martin Forbes?
That's right.
I'm Harvey Brandt, Clara Brandt's husband.
Clara Brandt. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Brandt, but I can't ever recall meeting your wife.
Oh, you never did. Clara was, she was one of the strangler's victims, too. Just like your wife, Mr. Forbes.
Oh.
Mind if I step in a minute?
Oh, no, please do.
Just wanted to talk to somebody, you know. I mean, after that detective fella came by with the news, he said he was coming here next.
Oh, yes, he left just a short time ago.
Awful shock having it all brought up again, isn't it?
Don't sit there.
Huh?
This other chair is more comfortable.
Oh, don't worry about me. There's your phone, anyway.
Oh, yes. Well, excuse me. Hello.
Hello, darling.
Adele.
My boat docked a few hours ago. Oh, Martin, I've just seen the papers about your wife. I didn't know.
Yes, look, I am rather busy at the moment. We'll call you a little later, huh?
Martin.
Fine. I'll...
Darling, you don't even know where I'm staying.
Yes, well, call me back later then. Goodbye.
You tremble as you hang up the phone, don't you, Martin? Because the sound of her voice brings it all back to you. And with a stranger sitting here in your living room, you can't even afford to think about it. You killed your wife, Margaret, because of Adele, didn't you? You wanted to be free to paint and to be with her. It was the poetry of those two things that resulted in your murder plan. And Adele, away in Europe, had no idea what you meant when you told her the night she sailed that things might be different after her 2 years' study in Europe. The sound of Harvey Brandt's voice cuts into your thoughts.
Bad news, Mr. Forbes?
Oh, no, it's nothing. You were saying, Mr. Brand?
Make it Harvey, eh? You see, to get to the point, I thought it was time you and I ought to get together.
We'll get together?
Sure. Talk things over. Since Clara passed on, well, how do you do it?
Do what?
Keep busy. Keep your mind occupied.
Oh, well, I have my work, you see. I've done endless painting.
Oh, sure. Gives a man the time he wants.
Oh, why?
You're lucky having it work out that way. I just have the memories. Some of them not too good. Clara and I didn't get along very well.
Oh.
My fault, of course. I suppose you and your wife were very happy together.
Very.
I guess the ladies, any of them, would be attracted to you. Then I guess I was too demanding of Clara. You know, didn't give her enough rope.
Yes, and could I get you a glass of wine or something, Mr. Brandt? Well, hardly. I haven't been very hospitable.
Oh, it's all right. You had your friend there to think about.
Oh, that was nothing.
Still, I might slip over to this other chair. Well, what's this under the cushion?
Well, I'll take that.
Speaking of rope, Mr. Forbes.
Yes, well, the housekeeper must have left it there. She's often very careless. I wonder if you'd mind. You caught me at a rather busy time.
Sure. You've got to get back to your painting, huh? Sorry, I didn't mean to stay anyhow. Would like to talk to you again sometime.
Oh, anytime, Mr. Brandt. The rope?
Oh, yes. Almost walked out with it in my hand. Here you are. The old saying, huh? Give a man enough rope and... Well, good night, Mr. Forbes. Martin. By the way, I've often thought it odd about your wife. The way she was killed.
What do you mean?
Well, it was different. From the others, I mean. He used a rope.
Yes. He did, didn't he? Well, good night, Mr. Brandt.
Good night, Martin. I look forward to seeing you again soon. Huh?
Well, there it is, Martin. After a year without interruption or threats. A year to paint and to dream of a lovely, dark-eyed girl who would someday come sailing back from Europe to find you a free man. It isn't that simple at the moment, is it? Not with the killer you blamed lying unconscious in the hospital. The police lieutenant who looked at you with quiet gray eyes. And Harvey Brandt, who somehow seemed to have more on his mind than grief. Harvey worries you, and so does the rope. The rope that can hang you if you don't watch out. After Harvey leaves, you waste no time in getting the rope outside to the incinerator. You watch the smoldering flames, and then with a line of poetry running through your mind, you start down the narrow path to the place where your wife's body was discovered more than a year ago.
To reach the goal off afar, to pause and catch a falling star.
Quite a gent. The man who wrote those lines. Free thinker, eh? Not restrained by laws. You're not either, are you, Mr. Forbes?
Well, I don't know what you mean, Lieutenant.
I noticed you were burning something in your incinerator.
Oh, well, it's only...
Bad. Very bad. You're only supposed to do that between 6 and 10 in the morning.
Huh? Is that what brought you back here, Lieutenant?
Oh, no. I had a little trouble with my car back here in the street behind you, so I cut across the back lot. I thought perhaps I could use your phone.
Oh, certainly. I'll show you where it is.
Oh, that's good.
Mr. Brandt was here right up to a moment ago.
Oh, I thought he was coming over. You know, we worry about him. We're afraid he might do something foolish.
Suicide?
I don't know. But, Mr. Forbes, if he ever does get acting peculiar, would you tip us off? Might save something from happening.
Oh, I'll be glad to cooperate.
You know, you'd be doing us a favor to sort of, take him under your wing. You've managed to adjust yourself so much better.
Yes, I've tried to busy myself in my work.
Mm-hmm.
The phone's in this way.
Oh, having company?
No, I'm not expecting you. Oh, the phone's right on there, Lieutenant. Just help yourself.
All right, thank you.
Adele.
Darling, you sounded so strange on the phone.
No, don't get out.
But Martin,
Look, darling, I can't see you now. It's just one of those things. It's nothing too important, really.
Martin, I don't
understand.
understand.
There's a little cocktail bar down the street a few blocks. The Blue Lamp. I'll meet you there in an hour or so. How's it?
Well, all right, darling. I'll be waiting. And that, Mr. Martin Forbes, is a brief account of my 2 years in Europe. I had an awfully hard time keeping my promise not to write while I was away, even though you didn't write to me. I missed you so much, darling.
As much as I've missed you?
Oh, much more. You probably forgot all about me the moment I stepped on the boat.
Oh, no. I could never forget you, Adele. You were never out of my mind, not once.
Well, I must say your welcome home was rather strange, Martin. Goodness, the way you shooed me away from your house a little while ago. Well, you probably had some gorgeous redhead modeling for you, and you didn't want me to see it.
Oh, Adele.
I know. But just the same, after we're married, I'm going to insist you paint nothing but grapes, apples, elderly ladies, and landscapes.
Anything you say, Adele.
Martin.
Yes?
has upset you, hasn't it?
What?
I mean about the man the police caught.
Oh, that.
Oh, poor darling. Having to go through all this again. The papers are making a holiday of it.
I know. I'm sorry you had to find out this way. I suppose I should have written to you about it, but I couldn't bring myself around.
I understand.
Naturally, I intended to tell you when you came home. But...
Well, it's all over now, Martin. The best thing to do is to forget it.
Yeah.
Completely.
That's right. We'll just forget it. Another martini?
I think not, darling. Darling, you're so jumpy. It's only the pinball machine over there. The man must have hit the jackpot or something.
You turn, glance toward the end of the bar. The man standing at the pinball machine is Harvey Brant. He nods in your direction, and a thin smile crosses his lips. As he turns to speak to the bartender, you slip off the bar stool, start for the door with Adele at your elbow. Before you're halfway across the room, Harvey calls to you.
Martin! Martin!
What? Oh, hello.
Well, how are you, my boy?
I'm fine, Harvey. Just fine.
Leaving so soon, are you?
Yes, we were going out to dinner. I just stopped in for a drink.
I was hoping I could buy you a drink, Martin, and the young lady, of course, sort of celebrate my good fortune. I just hit the jackpot.
Oh, well, thank you very much, but
Surely you won't turn old Harvey down, miss?
Woodling.
Adele, this is Harvey Brant.
How do you do?
Woodling. You're not from Maine, are you, by any chance?
No, Texas.
Texas? Well, what do you know?
Adele, I think we'd better go.
Oh, now, Martin, my boy, you can't rush off like this. Drag this charming little lady away before we've had a chance to do some Texas talk? No. How about a drink, folks?
Now, we should be getting along.
Really, darling, I don't mind. It's still early.
That's the ticket. Come along, folks. There's an empty table over here. Oh, waiter.
You're trapped, aren't you, Martin? And you sit there for the next half hour, listening to Harvey Brant passing himself off as a lifelong friend. Finally, you manage to fake an important phone call. When you return to the table, you use it as an excuse to break away. Then you take Adele to dinner, and you can see she's been impressed by the good-humored, friendly Mr. Brant. After dinner, you drop Adele off at her hotel, then drive home. And as you start up the front steps, a familiar sound reaches you. The slow, rhythmical creaking of the porch swing.
Hello, Martin.
Huh? Oh, Harvey.
Your little lady friend left a cigarette lighter in the lounge.
Oh, thank you. I'll give it to you.
Charming young woman. Very charming. Intelligent, too. Like intelligent women. You known her long, Martin?
Not very.
Well, I was under the impression you'd met quite some time before your wife died.
I met her only recently. She's interested in art.
Yes. While you were making that phone call, she mentioned that she'd been studying in Europe for the past 2 years. Seems she also said something about knowing you before she went abroad, if I'm not mistaken. Well, it's all rather convenient the way things have turned out, isn't it? Ciggy, Martin?
No, thank you, no. Well, I think I'll turn in now, if you don't mind. I have a busy day tomorrow.
That's the trouble with you, Martin. You work too hard. Don't relax enough. You ought to have a hobby. I have. In fact, I have several hobbies.
Well, that's fine, Harvey.
Tell me, Martin, are you interested in guns?
Guns?
Yes, I have a wonderful collection. Just what you'd need to give you a nice start. Frankly, it takes up a little too much of my time, what with all the other hobbies I have. Been thinking of giving it up. The gun collection, I mean.
Oh, I see.
It's worth quite a bit of money. Well, naturally, I wouldn't expect you to pay it all off at one time. I could let you have a couple of pieces now and then, sort of buy it on the installment plan.
Well, I don't know if I could afford it, Harvey.
Oh, I'd make a fair price on the collection. I'm sure you wouldn't have any trouble at all meeting the payments.
Well, I don't know, Harvey. Perhaps a hobby isn't what I need.
I'm sure it is, Martin. Think it over anyway. There's no hurry.
All right. I'll think it over. Good night. Oh, Lieutenant.
Good morning, Mr. Forbes. I hope I didn't disturb you.
Oh, of course not. Won't you come in?
Oh, no, thanks. I just happened to be passing by. I thought I'd see how you were getting along.
Uh-huh. The, killer? Any new development?
Oh, still lingering.
Oh, he hasn't regained consciousness?
No, not exactly. He muttered something last night, something about not killing them all.
Not killing them all? What do you suppose that means?
Oh, we don't attach much importance to it. The man's in a coma. They often say odd things. But tell me, Mr. Forbes, about Harvey Brandt. He feeling any better?
Well, yes, I think so.
Hmm?
There is one question I'd like to ask you, Lieutenant.
All right, what's that?
Mr. Brandt, is he well off? Income, I mean?
Why do you ask that?
Well, I was just curious. He doesn't seem to have a profession.
You know, I've wondered about that myself. The man doesn't seem to have a dime. Sometimes I don't know how he gets along at all.
Oh, I see.
Oh, that answer your question, Mr. Forbes?
Yes. Yes, that answers my question.
That's right, Martin. The question is answered now, isn't it? It explains Harvey's suggestion that you buy his gun collection. Somehow he's learned the truth about your wife's death. Guessed that the reason for it was Adele. And you're going to have to pay for his silence. Still, you're not quite certain that Harvey intends to blackmail you. That is, until that evening when you're out driving with Adele.
Martin? I have a visitor today. A friend of yours.
Oh, friend?
Oh, that nice Mr. Brandt.
Brandt, huh?
Yes, he happened to be in the neighborhood. And...
What do you want?
Oh, he just dropped by to say hello and chat a little.
What about?
He's terribly interested in you, darling. As a matter of fact, he's quite interested in both of us.
Oh?
Wanted to know all about me, how we met and where. He was full of questions. My goodness, is he usually that inquisitive?
No, not usually.
He also mentioned that you were thinking of buying his gun collection.
Oh, yes. Uh-huh.
I didn't know you were interested in guns, Martin.
Well, I wasn't really until a short time ago.
Well, it's always nice to have a hobby. But isn't this one apt to be a bit expensive?
Yes, I'm afraid so, Adele. Afraid it's going to be very expensive. I'll know how expensive tonight. I'm going to see Harvey.
Well, Martin, come in.
Sorry to make it so late, Harvey.
Oh, it's quite all right. Sit down, make yourself comfortable. So you decided to take that gun collection off my hands, eh? I knew you would. Didn't doubt it for a minute.
The price, Harvey? We haven't discussed that yet.
$10,000 will take care of everything.
10,000?
Cheap, Martin, considering everything I know about guns. Here, I'll show you some of the pieces. Just finished cleaning them before you arrived. There's one, Martin. Finest old pistol I ever saw. Isn't it a beauty?
Yes. Yes, that's a fine gun. Is it loaded?
Sure is. Take it easy now. Yes, sir. You're going to get a lot of pleasure out of this collection, my boy.
Am I, Harvey?
Mm-hmm.
$10,000 for a collection of crummy guns? The whole lot's not worth more than $100.
I don't understand what
I'm not buying, Harvey.
Now, just
you
a minute.
You thought you could bleed me for every cent I had, didn't you? You should have known, Harvey, if I murdered my wife, I wouldn't hesitate to murder again.
Wait a minute, Martin. It's not too late to talk things
It
over.
is too late, Harvey. It's too late for anything but this.
Oh, I wasn't sure before now that you'd killed your wife, Martin, but now I know. Oh, you didn't think I'd be silly enough to hand you a loaded gun, did you?
And you didn't think I'd be silly enough to come here without a gun of my own, did you, Harvey?
almost over now, isn't it, Martin? The anxiety, the suspicion, the sheer terror of it all. The killer dying in the hospital will never talk again. You're sure of that. And Harvey Brent, the only other person in the world who knows you murdered your wife, is gone now, dead at your feet. You wipe the fingerprints from the gun, press it into Harvey's hand, confident it will appeal as a simple case of suicide. And you're not worried the gun will be traced to you. No, you took care of that little matter over a year ago, when you first planned to kill your wife. But the opportunity never presented itself. Then the strangler came along, and he provided you with a perfect plan. Less than 15 minutes later, you're slipping into your house quietly through the study door. And then suddenly you stop. There's someone in the next room.
Yeah.
You can hear his voice.
Okay,
Slowly you open the door.
Yeah? Yeah, that's right. No, he hasn't come in yet. Huh? All right. Yeah, I'll wait here. Oh, there you are. Hello, Mr. Forbes.
Oh, Lieutenant.
Side door was open. I thought you'd be around.
Yes, I was out for breath of fresh air there.
That's so. You didn't go over to Brandt's by any chance?
Oh, no. Well, what makes you ask?
I think you ought to know, Mr. Forbes. We've been watching Harvey Brandt for a long time. Had his phone tapped for weeks, checking everyone who went in and out of his house. We don't overlook any bets at all when we're watching a guy like Brandt. Nobody's been in and out of that house that we haven't seen.
You mean that...
Yes, I mean you were seen coming out of Brandt's place. The man you heard me talking to on the phone was the man watching Brandt's house.
But then you...
Yes. We know exactly what happened when you were there. You know, Mr. Forbes, we've been certain right from the start that Harvey Brandt killed his wife. But what I don't get is why you killed Harvey Brandt.
The Whistler has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
The Whistler. And now the Whistler's strange story. Bright Future.
Surveying his own reflection in the glass door entrance to the apartment house, Harry Simpson was pleased with what he saw. He flicked an imaginary speck from his lapel, straightened his bow tie, tugged lightly at the snap brim of his hat. Then, slapping the folded newspaper against his leg, he entered the building. Yes, Harry Simpson had a feeling that things were beginning to break his way at last. A feeling fortified by the $137 won at last night's poker game. Nothing could stop Harry Simpson today, not even the nationwide problem of a housing shortage.
You the manager, fella?
That's what it says over the buzzer you've been leaning on.
I understand you have an apartment for rent.
Why, yeah.
Furnished?
Would that make such a difference?
No. This make any difference? Oh, Ben Franklin looks pretty good in green, doesn't he?
Bonus.
Half of it. The other 50 goes on the first month's rent.
Sure, not OPA.
Never heard of it.
Well, I guess you got yourself an apartment, mister. One thing, though. Still a couple of boxes of stuff in the place. Belonged to the last tenant. Supposed to send him to his wife in Kansas City. On something else, I think you ought to know the only reason we got a vacant apartment
is that the last tenant, Frank Calder, was killed in a chemical fire last night. I know. That's how I got the address. I looked it up in the obituary. It's a death notice.
Kind of slick, mister.
Yeah, you got to use your head if you want to find a place to live these days, fella. Yes, sir. You got to use the noodle.
A few minutes later, you're alone, Harry, in your new apartment. And you congratulate yourself as you stroll from room to room. Yes, things are looking up for Harry Simpson, aren't they? The future looks bright indeed. And then a framed picture catches your eye. An enlarged photograph in color of a man and a woman. You hardly notice the man. It's the girl in the bright yellow bathing suit who attracts your attention. Tall, slender, A mass of flaming red hair falling down over tanned shoulders.
Wow.
Then you notice something else. Along one edge of the picture frame, a thin line of green. Puzzled, you run a nail file down the side. And a moment later, a bill flutters to the floor. A scrap of currency, Harry. But it's the amount that causes your jaw to drop. It's a $1,000 bill. You hold the picture up again, shake it, and another bill falls to the floor. Another, and another, until a neat little pile of currency forms in the center of the room. A pile amounting to $35,000.
Hello?
Hello, this is Boyle speaking, Mr. Coulter. Boyle Investigations.
Who?
Joe Boyle. Look, you called me a couple of weeks ago. You asked me to check on a guy named Jameson, upstate in Denton, remember?
Oh, Jameson. Yeah.
Say, this is Mr. Coulter, isn't it?
Coulter. Oh, Frank is not here right now.
Oh, not there, huh? Well, it's too bad. I ran across something I thought might interest him. It's about Jameson.
Look, I'm a good friend of Frank's. Could you give me the message?
Yeah, I guess so. Well, you see, I came down from Denton this morning. I was going to do the town for a few days. You know, bright lights, dancing girls. It does a fella good to get away once in a while.
Yeah, that's right.
So I'm walking down the street when I spot this guy Jameson right here in town. You tell Cola that, huh? And tell him I'll keep my eye on Jameson, just in case.
All right. I'll tell him.
And look, in case Mr. Cola wants to reach me, I better give you my address. I'm at the Prentice Hotel, pal. It's in the book. Say, what did you say your name was?
I didn't, Joe. Goodbye.
It's all a little puzzling, isn't it, Harry? As you replace the receiver, you turn and stare at the bills on the floor. And you wonder if the phone call had anything to do with the $35,000 you found hidden in the picture frame. You wonder, too, about this man, Jameson, and why Coulter was having him watched. Quickly you cross the room, scoop up the bills. You can run for it now, or you can sit tight and wait. Yes, wait. That's it, isn't it, Harry? Perhaps there's more where this came from. You slip the bills into your wallet, seal the picture again, and place it on the mantel. As you step back to admire the girl in the bathing suit.
Who is it? Yes, what can I... Well, hello. How lucky can a guy get?
Mr. Simpson?
That's right, honey.
I hate to intrude like this. I'm Rosanna Robbins. I was Frank. That is we.
Oh, sure. I remember you.
What?
The photograph. You're the girl in the photograph. I never forget a face. Run in.
The manager didn't think you'd mind. I just came by to pick up some things that were left.
Oh, some things, huh? Sure. Oh, no, honey.
I'm sorry, Mr. Simpson. I didn't mean to. Well, it's just that coming back here to Frank's apartment, the memories and all.
Oh, sure, I understand.
Frank and I were very much in love. It just doesn't seem possible that he's gone. Now all I have left is the memory of our love and that.
Oh, that picture on the mantel, huh?
Yes. It's the only one I have of him. I had to come back for it. I wouldn't want her to see it.
Her?
Frank's wife. They've been separated for years. I wouldn't want her to know about us. I think it's best this way now that he's gone.
Yes, sure.
Well, she wouldn't understand.
No, she wouldn't. May I look at that picture again? I'm afraid I didn't get a very close look at him the last time.
Well, it was taken on the beach last summer.
Yeah. Looks like a grade A guy.
Oh, he was, Mr. Simpson, he was. I miss him so very much. I just don't know what I'll do now.
Well, nothing rash, I hope.
Well, perhaps Oh, here I am boring you, Mr. Simpson. I think I'd better go.
Well, what's the hurry?
I do hope you'll forgive me for intruding.
Any time, honey. I want that picture wrapped.
No, I'll take it just like this. Oh, and Mr. Simpson.
Yeah.
Before I go, would you mind terribly if I walk through the apartment just once for the last time?
You watch her as she strolls around the apartment, stopping now and then to dab the corner of her eye with a handkerchief. And then she's gone. An interesting performance, wasn't it, Harry? And you wonder just how much of a threat she's going to be. But you're not worried, are you? No, because you've already planned your next move. Half an hour later, you register at a large downtown hotel. Hand an envelope containing the money to the desk clerk. Ask him to keep it in the office safe. Then you saunter back out into the street. Take a taxi up to the Strip to celebrate your good fortune and a bright future. It's almost 4 a.m. when you decide to return. You can pick up the money at the hotel tomorrow. You climb the stairs to your apartment. And then as you reach the first floor, you stop, leap back into an alcove as a man comes out of your apartment and hurries down the hall toward the back stairs. You get only a glimpse of his face as he hurries past you, but it's enough.
Calder. That guy was Frank Calder. Alive.
It happened fast, didn't it, Harry? One swift, sudden moment of recognition, and you discover a startling truth. That Frank Calder, the man whose obituary in the newspaper led you to finding an apartment, is actually alive. You're a little stunned with a sudden turn of events, aren't you? And you struggle to fit the pieces of the puzzle together. $35,000 in a picture frame, hidden in the apartment of a man who has come back from the grave. Why did he hire an out-of-town private detective to check on the movements of a man named Jameson? Then there's Rosanna Robbins, Coulter's girlfriend. She fits in here somewhere, doesn't she? But as far as she's concerned, you find out where you stand the following evening as you're about to go out.
Yes, what the... Oh.
Here I am again, Mr. Simpson.
So I see.
Oh, I hope you're not annoyed. There was something I wanted of Frank's beside the picture. A cigarette lighter. Have you seen it?
No, I haven't.
Oh, well, it might have dropped on the floor behind a chair or something. May I come in?
Well, sure. Help yourself, honey. Place is yours.
Thank you. Why are you looking at me like that, Mr. Simpson?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that my gleam was showing.
Mr. Simpson.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think I'm going to find it, do you? The lighter, I mean. I'll bet you think I just made it all up just to have an excuse to come back.
Well, honey, I don't know.
I think you do. Oh, it's all right, Mr. Simpson. Harry. You see, I'm a terrible person, really simply awful. I didn't love Frank.
Well, I sort of noticed that you agreed. It didn't last very long.
No, it didn't. Actually, Frank Calder meant very little to me. I suppose I loved only the idea of all that money. You wouldn't know about that, would you, Harry?
No, I wouldn't, honey.
Oh. You know, I think we should talk things over.
Oh, we are talking.
We're not really. Well, relax. Not sure of one another. We could be, Harry. Aren't you going to offer me a drink or something?
Well, about the drink. Sorry, I just moved in. I hadn't a thing.
Oh, good. Well, why don't we go to my place then? It's quiet and cozy. I have everything we'll need.
Well, how can I refuse?
Suppose I run ahead. Meet you there in an hour.
Half an hour.
All right. I'll start down the address for you, Harry, so you'll be sure to get there. So there'll be no mistake.
A few minutes after she's gone, you hurry down the corridor. As you reach the head of the stairs, you hear someone dialing the telephone down in the lobby. Slowly, you ease down the stairs. And then you hear Rosanna's voice.
Hello? This is Miss Robbins. I'd like to speak with Mr. Jameson. Don Jameson. What? Oh, yes, I'm certain he's registered there. Yes? Oh, I see. No. Well, I'll try again later.
You're certain you can't be mistaken. You heard the name clearly enough, didn't you, Harry? Jameson. Coulter's ex-girlfriend phoned Don Jameson. The man Coulter was having watched by Detective Boyle. A few minutes later, after you hear the front door slam, you hurry to the phone book, find the address of the hotel where Boyle is staying. And half an hour later, you're facing him across his cramped hotel room.
You see, Frank had to go out of town, Mr. Boyle. Joe. But he's still interested in this fellow Jameson.
I had a hunch he would be. Yes, sir, always follow my hunches. A fellow of my line has to keep on his toes, you know.
Oh, sure. Frank told me he did a nice job for him, a very sweet job.
Well, all part of the racket, you know. Nothing to it, really, from my experience. Nothing to it.
This guy, Jameson, you've been tailing.
Yeah.
You know, Frank was wondering about a girl.
Tall? Redhead?
Yeah. Name's Rosanna Robbins.
Oh, yeah. That dog would make a woman hater tear up his union card.
Oh, yeah. Has she been up there to see Jameson?
Oh, lots of times.
What is this Jameson like?
A pretty ordinary citizen, good reputation, fairly well known around. He's even buying a house.
Oh, you think he intends to marry the Robbins girl?
Well, I'd say they had a very genuine interest in each other. You know what I mean, pal?
Oh, yeah. Sure.
See, tell me something, will you? This Coulter, he got sort of a yen for this dish, too, huh? That why he was tailing Jameson?
Oh, yeah, it's sort of a jealousy thing.
Oh, I had a hunch that was it. Every time. I remember a case I had last summer. A fellow named Jeff Bellamy. Oh, yeah. He's the local druggist up at Denton. Well, he got mixed up with a lady sax player from Chicago.
I'm awfully sorry to break this up, fella.
Oh, you have to go.
Oh, yeah.
Well, look, I'm meeting a little doll downstairs in just a little while, you see. I thought, well, she might have a friend to me.
Oh, no, thanks. No, I got something on tap.
Yes, you have a date of your own, haven't you, Harry? A very important date with Rosanna at her apartment. As you had expected, it turns out to be quite an enjoyable evening. And strangely enough, not once does the $35,000 enter the conversation. Coulter seems to be forgotten. And you're beginning to think she's forgotten about Jameson, too.
We're out of soda, Harry.
Water'll do. You know, baby, I've been thinking. I'm sort of turning things over in my mind.
Harry, you sound too serious. Here's a drink.
Thanks. No, it's nothing serious. Just a crazy notion I ran into.
Oh? I like this drink. But try it.
Let me get this out first. Like I said, it's just a notion. There's a man and a woman.
Well, now that is a good notion. Move over, will you?
There's a romantic interest between these two, but they're not quite happy. You see, the guy doesn't like his work. It's sort of dull. Maybe like he's an auditor in a chemical plant.
How very, very dull.
Yeah, and it doesn't pay off very well.
Drink your drink, Harry.
Yeah, so he gets an idea. He does a little embezzling, gets together a nice hunk of cash, he hides it, and knocks himself off.
You fascinate me, Harry. Go on.
Well, it's an accident, you see. Fire, maybe. There isn't a trace of the guy left. To the world, he's dead.
Isn't he?
No. He's as alive as either of us. Now, he's free of his wife, and he...
Oh, he's been married all along?
Yeah. But they've been separated for years. Let's say the wife is out west, won't give him a divorce. Now he doesn't have to worry about that anymore. He can marry the girl, take the dough, and skip.
And they live happily ever after. Drink your drink, Harry.
Oh, the story isn't over. The guy misplaces the dough.
Poor girl.
I don't know. Maybe she didn't care much for the guy anyway. Maybe she was running around with another fella. Upstate somewhere.
Oh, really? Well, maybe this man had more to offer.
Maybe. Only the way I look at the picture...
And you do like to look at pictures. Huh?
Hey, you know something, baby? I figured that this doll would throw both of these boys over for someone else.
Oh. Who does she like now?
Now or any time, she likes whoever has the most to offer. Her dream boy is the gent with the folding stuff.
You know, Harry, I think you're right. But with so much happening to our girl, how can she be sure she's getting the right man?
That's for her to figure out. But she's smart enough. After she has time to think it over, it'll come to her. Good night, baby. I got a shove.
So soon, Harry, wife. Harry.
Yeah, that's only a sample. Now, give me a call when you make up your mind. You know the number.
All right, Harry.
Oh, Rosanna,
Yeah?
that last drink of mine. You better pour it down the sink. You might take it by mistake. I wouldn't want that to happen.
You've figured it all out, haven't you, Harry? The picture that was once vague in your mind has now been brought into focus. The pieces of the puzzle are falling into place, and the waiting game is over. It's time for action now, and you're not worried about Rosanna anymore. You're sure you know what the next move is going to be. And later that night in your apartment, you're ready for it, as the door buzzer rings and you open the door.
Hello, Frank. That is the name, isn't it, Frank Calder?
Mind if I come in, friend?
No. Come ahead. I've been expecting you.
Yeah? Look, Simpson, I don't know what you're trying to pull, but it breaks down right here, understand?
Oh, you came for the dough, huh? Rosanna is wonderful, isn't she? I figured...
We can skip Rosanna.
No, Calder. One of us will be a big man when we get through talking, but not quite big enough to skip Rosanna. She goes along with the deal. Winner take all. She doesn't really care who wins, either.
Have it all figured out, huh?
Including the fact that you probably brought a gun along. Don't try that, pal. I'm not just keeping my hand warm.
Looks like you've got them there. So what happens now?
Well, you don't know? For a guy with a big fat imagination, you disappoint me, Calder. So I'll tell you what happens. You left yourself wide open, pal, the way you destroyed yourself in that fire.
What do you mean?
You're dead, Calder. You haven't any identity at all. Who's going to miss you?
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Makes it all very easy for me and Rosanna. I'm going to kill you, Frankie. I'm going to take you out of town somewhere and shoot you and get rid of the body. And I repeat, who's going to miss you?
Now, look, Simpson. Can't we make a deal?
A deal? What do I look like, the leader of the bowl haircut crowd? I'm sorry, I'll take baby and the 35 grand. Come on, Calder, let's go.
It doesn't take long, does it, Harry? You watch Calder's body sink slowly in the mire of a swamp at the outskirts of town. You drop the gun you used in after him. Hurry back to your car for the drive to your apartment. A few hours later, going up the stairs, the whole thing runs through your mind again. Finding the apartment through the obituaries, the money, Rosanna, her devotion to men with money. She'll be yours now, won't she, Harry? Because you have the money and you're in the clear. Calder is gone, a victim of his own plans, and no one will be searching for a dead man. You're smiling as you open the door and let yourself in.
Hello, Harry.
How are you, baby?
I've been waiting for one of you to come back. I'm glad it's you, Harry.
Yeah. You'd have probably said the same thing to Calder if he'd have come back. Well, he isn't coming back.
Oh, poor Frank.
Look, baby, we're going to have to take off. This town isn't for us anymore.
So?
So, most important, what about Jameson?
Jameson? You expecting someone?
Relax, baby. I'll take care of it.
Hiya, pal.
Boyle.
That's right, Joe Boyle, Boyle Investigations. This is Lieutenant Hanson.
We come in, Simpson?
The police? I don't understand.
A lot of things we don't understand. Like why you let Boyle here believe that Frank Kohler was alive.
Yeah, I just found out different. And another thing, about this guy I've been following.
Jameson? What about him?
Well, since you asked me to stay with it, I never let him out of my sight for a minute. Not for a minute.
So what?
Look, Lieutenant, you're not mixing me up in that part of it.
Take it easy, Rosanna.
Look who's giving advice. Don't you know what they're trying to tell you, sap? Frank Kohler had to be somebody after he died in that fire. He's been living a double life for over a year. That's why he hired Boyle here, to see if his new identity would stick. And it has.
Look, lady, I don't get that double talk about a double life. All I know is I saw Simpson shoot this guy a couple of hours ago.
What guy?
This guy. I've been carrying his picture around ever since I started tailing him.
But that's a picture of Frank Kohler. How could I shoot Kohler? He died 4 days ago.
Who's talking about Kohler? I'm talking about this guy in the picture, Don Jameson.
Don Jameson?
Like you asked me, pal. I've been following Jameson for you, that's all. That's how I happened to see you shoot him and toss him into the swamp.
But that's Frank Kohler's picture.
Doesn't make any difference what he called himself, Kohler or Jameson. They're the same guy. You killed him, so come on, let's go.
The Whistler has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called 12 to 5. Yes, ma'am, it does get lonesome down here. What? Oh, sure, being able to talk to people on the phone helps. But how'd you like to be stuck away down in the basement all by yourself from midnight to 5 g.m.? With nothing but a microphone, a turntable, and some telephones? Sure, I get coffee. I bring in 4 thermos jugs when I go on. I'm coffee up to here. Oh, well, only 4.5 hours more, and then I can go home and have breakfast. No, ma'am, I don't drink coffee for breakfast. Well, you guess what I drink. No, you're getting warm. Sure, 3 of them. Well, after all, it really isn't breakfast, you see. It's supper or dinner or something. Sure. Oh, well, thank you very much for calling. Good morning. Hello. Yes, this is Connie Duffin. Hello, Vic. Say what? No, I haven't got I'll be glad when you're dead, you rascal, you. Yeah, we're not supposed to play it. Maybe since about 1934 or 5 or sometime. No kidding. Sure, I'll play you something. Just a little while. The other phone's ringing. Well, stick around. Keep tuned to us, and you shall hear music. It says here. Good morning. Hello, Connie Duffin speaking. And how are you? Oh, fine, thanks. Huh? Settle a bet? Oh, try. Now is the hour? Well, it's generally sung in 4/4 time here, but it was originally written in 3/4 time. Yeah, that's right, regular waltz time. Well, so I guess you both win or you both lose or something, huh? Sure, you're welcome. Good morning. Fine, how are you? Yes, ma'am, the theme used on Quiet Please is taken from the second movement of the Symphony in D minor by César Franz. I'll be glad to play a little of it for you. Just a second. Let's see, here she is. Played by the Philadelphia Symphony Orchestra under Eugene Ormandy. Here you are. No, ma'am, I never lived in Denver. Closest I've ever been is Omaha. I played vibraphone harp and xylophone there in 1932. No, not on the air, hotel. I'm sorry, I guess I am not your cousin. Okay, have one for me. Good morning. What? Why, sure I'm lonesome. No, I'm all alone in here. No, it's just a little place about as big as 2 telephone booths, I guess. No, the engineer's upstairs in master control. Well, we're the only people in the station. No, I guess there's a janitor upstairs in Studio 14. They had a quiz show up there tonight, and there's probably custard pie all over the stage. Well, thank you. They don't allow me to have visitors. Besides, my wife's listening. Sure. Verna. No, she can't even come down to see me when I'm on the air. Well, thanks very much. Sure. Till 5 o'clock, 5 a.m. Old 500, we used to say in the Navy. Well, thanks very much. Good morning. Good morning. Friends, this is your friend Connie Duffin on the 12 to 5 shift to playing music and to saying words to you. If you can't sleep, call me up and let's talk. We talk to everybody. Night owls, bartenders, policemen, burglars, music lovers. You know the number. Give us a ring. Now, for a little music, let's see what we have here. It's, the Mills Brothers singing Till Then. And while they're singing, I'm going to have you a little coffee and a cigarette, so lean back and listen.
Till then, my darling, please wait for me. Till then, no matter when it will be, one day I know I'll be back again. Please wait. Till then, our dreams will live the week all apart, our love.
How are you doing, Connie? Huh? Hello. I'm Herbie Buchanan. Well, hello. I didn't know there was anybody else around here except Bob upstairs in the control room. Oh, I'm around every night. What you got there, coffee? Yeah, you like some? Help yourself. Take the top off the thermos. Much obliged. You a new guy? No, you just said you're here every night.
No, I've been around here for years.
No, I never get around here in the daytime, so I don't know very many people. Hoover upstairs, the cashier's office.
Yes.
What you doing?
I brought down some news bulletins to read, if you don't mind.
What you say now? It saves wear and tear on my vocal cords. You in the newsroom?
Part of the time. I've been a disc jockey, everything.
Yeah, it's the mic, baby. And ladder's running down.
You want to put me on?
Sure. Well, friends, we've got something new for you tonight. My good friend, Herbie Buchanan, has just come in with a pocket full of news flashes, and while I have one more cigarette, Herbie will tell you what's going on in the world. Okay, Herbie Buchanan.
Thank you, Connie Duffin. Well, there's not much new in the way of international affairs. Everybody hates everybody else just as much as they did yesterday, and about as much as they will tomorrow. So let's see what's going on right here in our own fair city, if you want to call it a fair city. Chief of Police Deans Lopez will be startled to know that a murder was committed this evening only 2 doors away from the Southside Police Station. Hubert W. Cronkite, a retired broker of 2319 West 17th Street, discovered a burglar prowling in his apartment who shot and killed Mr. Cronkite in his bedroom. There are no clues to the murderer's identity. A taxicab collided with a streetcar at the corner of Pacific Avenue and Maple Grove, killing a passenger and seriously injuring 2 of the passengers in the cab. The weather today? The temperature is now 52 degrees, and as you no doubt know, rain is falling heavily. The correct time is 1:32 p.m. Standard Time.
Hey, Herbie. You got the time wrong.
What?
Well, look at the clock, you jerk. It's 1:02. You're a half hour ahead of time. Hello, this is Connie Duffin. What? Not raining. Why, Herbie said... What? Okay, I will look out the window. Hold the phone. Hey, Herbie. Herbie. Yes, ma'am, you're right. Well, I'm sorry. Herbie must have been mixed up or something. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Hey, where did... Herbie! Where did... This is Connie Duffin.
Look here. What kind of nonsense is this?
Well, I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about, sir.
Making fools out of people. I'm going to sue you.
Well, what for goodness sake?
Are you the man who just said I was shot by a burglar?
Huh? Me? Oh, why, no, sir. That was a man from the newsroom.
Well, he's a liar.
Listen, friend, who are you? I don't get
I'm
this.
just as much alive as you are.
Well, all right, sir, but who are...
My name is Hubert W. Cronkite. I was not killed by a burglar.
You weren't. I mean, what?
Do I sound as if I've been shot? Now, look here, young man. I demand a public apology. Wait a minute.
What?
I said, wait a minute. I hear somebody in my bedroom.
Well, but... Okay. Hello, this is Connie Duffin. Who? Oh, sure. Good morning. No, sir, I don't think I do know you. What? Police? No. No, it was a gag. Oh, it couldn't be. I was just talking to Mr. Cronkite on the phone. Well, he's on the phone right now. I'm just waiting for him to come back. Hello, Mr. Cronkite. Hello. Hello, Mr. Cronkite. No. He doesn't answer. Well, wait a second. I got to put on some music. Music, for God's sakes. It's a radio station. Friends, here is music for you from yours truly, Connie Duffin, to you wherever you are.
Sure good to have you back home, Milton.
Yeah, I'm sure glad to be back, Lucy. You haven't changed much.
Got awful lonesome for you, though.
I know. I was lonesome, too. We were awful chumps, weren't we?
I should say so. Let's not ever fight again, huh, honey?
Not ever. You love me?
An awful lot. You love me?
Plenty.
No, let's just sit quiet and listen to the music. Put your arm around me that way.
Are Lucy and Milton listening to me? Are you there, Lucy and Milton?
Listen, Milton.
What goes on here? That's the radio.
Listen.
What? You've been away a long time, Milton. Since you and Lucy had that quarrel and you walked out on her in the restaurant.
How does he know that?
Listen, it's too bad, really. You were so much in love, and then this thing happened to break you up. Now it's great to be together again.
Who is that?
Happiness lasts such a little while, doesn't it? It's such a shame that yours can't last longer.
What's he talking about?
I'd hate to have to be the one to tell you, but it's going to happen tonight. You're going to quarrel again.
We are not.
And this time, you're not going to run out on her, Milton.
I don't know what he's... Shut up.
Now, listen.
Quiet.
Because Lucy won't take it again. Lucy's got a gun, Milton. And this quarrel's really going to end things. But good, Milton. But good. Lucy.
What?
Have you got a gun? Have you?
None of your business.
Now, listen, sweetheart.
You got no right to come in this house after 6 months and start jumping on me.
This is my house, baby.
This is my house. You ran away from me.
I had plenty of reason to run away from you.
No, you did. Well, go ahead and get out now.
Who do you think you're talking to?
I never asked you to come back.
I don't know why I did it.
Well, get out if you don't like it.
I will not get out.
Stay away from me.
Lucy.
Get away.
I tell you.
Get away.
Time is now 2 a.m. Standard Time.
Huh? Oh, I must have been asleep.
Yeah, I guess you were, Connie.
Say, where did you go?
Upstairs for a minute.
Yeah, you sure got me in a hassle.
What do you mean?
How? Talking about that guy getting killed by a burglar.
Oh. That.
And getting the time wrong. Bob put it in the log upstairs. What's his name will jump down my throat tomorrow. Today.
That's too bad. Hey, your phone's ringing.
Oh. Hello, this is Connie Duffin. Who? The police. What? He did? I don't know. Yes, I'll come in. Sure. Okay. Yep. Listen.
What?
He did get killed by a burglar.
Well, all right.
Huh?
That's what I said, didn't I?
Yeah, but...
Hadn't you better get on the air?
Oh. Yeah, sure. This is your friend, Connie Duffin and his records. Now, a word from our sponsor. Chappell's apples are the finest, most delicious, great big eating apples you ever sunk a fang into. Direct to you from the tree to your table in handsome hand-laid baskets containing 12, 48, and 96 of the finest eating and cooking apples you ever laid eyes on. Friend wife will fly at once to the kitchen to concoct a genuine old-fashioned apple pie that'll set your mouth a-watering as it did when Mother made those luscious, spicy pies that you used. You'll tussle with her over Chappell's apples because they're just as good eating apples as they are pie apples. Just say, Chappell's apples, please, to your neighborhood apple dealer and accept no substitute. First thing tomorrow, Chappell's apples. And now, music. Listen, Bobby, I can take a gag as big as the next fella, see? But fun's fun. Well, so what is it?
What is what?
How did you know that fellow was going to get killed? Look, it's on the paper. Where did that come from? Up in the newsroom. The newsroom? There's nobody in the newsroom. Teletypes are there. They're running. They shouldn't be, not this time of night. Morning. Well, they are. And you got that off the teletype? Mm-hmm. How do you know it isn't kidding somebody?
It isn't.
Yeah, but how do you know?
Believe me. I know.
It's funny to me. I never heard you before.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't get it. What about that taxi cab accident?
It'll happen any minute.
You wouldn't be kidding the guy.
Not me.
You got a union card? An AFRA card? Let's see it.
Yeah.
Robert Buchanan. Paid up, too.
Yep.
Hello, this is Connie Duffin. Good morning. Oh, hello, Bob.
You got somebody down there with you?
Yeah? Herbie Buchanan. Herbie Buchanan, I said. What's the matter? Can't you understand English?
Yeah, it sounds like normal to me. That's the way it's been sounding on the air. Let's take the mush out of your mouth.
Listen, I never had any trouble with people understanding me before.
Well, I don't get down there with you. That's your responsibility. But if Clark sends me in here, you're going blue trouble. He's going to pitch your ears back like a snoop.
Listen, you...
Yes, listen. This is your program. If I was you, I wouldn't be playing the funeral march this time of the morning. See?
Funeral march? We're playing Gene Kruger's Opus No. 1.
No, it isn't, Connie.
Listen. What the... Good morning, Connie Duffin speaking. How are you, ma'am? What? No, I just turned it off. Yes, ma'am, 12 to 5. Yeah, only a little while ago now. Oh, you're glad? Well, I'm sorry. Well, ma'am, you have no idea how rugged it is here. For some reason, everything is slightly mixed up this morning. No, I have not been drinking. I do not drink on the job. Yeah, I'm sorry, ma'am. What would you like to hear us play? 3 o'clock in the morning. Hang on. Here it comes. Listen, ma'am. What'd you say? What's the matter? I can hear it. Well, listen. Can't you... Lady, I tell you, it's not a funeral march.
Well, so long, Connie. I guess I'll leave you for a while.
Where are you going?
Oh.
Well, wait. Listen, can't you help me get this all straightened out?
No, I'm overdue.
Oh, but wait. Wait, Herbie,
No, I'll see you later.
Oh, my head. I wonder if I have been at this too long. Who is this guy? What's he up to? I don't get it. Hello? Yes, good morning. No, it's right, sir. No, sir, we're not playing games. I don't know. I know it. Yeah, I'll play it for you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, if you don't like it, why don't you turn off your radio and go back to bed? Oh, man. That did it. Oh, what's his name heard that one. Oh, wow. If that guy comes back in here, I'm going to beat his brains out. Making a fool out of me. Hello. Oh. This Herbie Buchanan. The fellow that was here with me.
Never heard of him.
What?
It's all cleaner now. Get off the monkey business and get back on the phone.
I'm going up to the newsroom a minute, Bob.
Okay. Send a letter and hurry back.
Oh. Well, friends, shall we listen to a little music? All right. We'll listen to a little music. Got a key to the newsroom. Nobody here. I thought he'd be. Oh, there goes the teletype. Well, what you think? Herbert L. Buchanan, former announcer and disc jockey on local radio stations, was instantly killed in an accident this evening when a taxi cab in which he was riding was struck by a streetcar at the corner of Pacific Avenue and Maple Grove. You're dead. Huh?
Sure.
Listen, what is...
I got only a couple of minutes.
Well, yes, but...
I've been to the news.
You have?
Yeah, I better read this to the customer.
What is it?
I'll have to hurry. It's pretty near 5. Hold it.
A presentment of imminent death felt by the well-known master of ceremonies of a popular radio record program heard from 12 to 5 each morning was the actual preliminary to the death of Cornelius Connie Duffin this morning. Hey, Mr. Duffin fell in a coma as he left his studio this morning at 5 o'clock as his program concluded. He died on the way to the hospital. It's 5 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen. Open the door, Connie. Well-known impersonator Jack Cooley. Others in the cast were Connie Lepke, Marilee Joel, and Ed Latimer. Music for Quiet Please, as usual, is played by Albert Berman. Now, my good friend Willis Cooper for a word with you.
Nobody in this story is at all like anybody else in the world, living or dead. All of them sprang to life on my typewriter, and you're completely fictitious. Next week's Quiet Please is called Clarissa.
Good evening, friends of the Creaking Door. This is your host bidding you enter the inner sanctum. Come in, come in. And now for tonight's tortured tantrum. Ever have an ancestor who's dead but won't lie down? Can't happen, huh? Okay, Bob, hang on and we'll demonstrate. We're in an ancient cemetery hidden in a lost valley somewhere outside an old New England town. The stone face of a mausoleum reads 1790. Behind its iron door, the ancient dead sleep in sealed vaults. Beside the dead, trapped in the mausoleum, is a man. He's haggard, glassy-eyed, like a man suspended between life and death. The man rallies his dying energies to tear at the door, to break his hand in a final desperate attempt at escape.
Gotta get out! I gotta get out of the fortune's not good! Not good! Ranger! Ranger! You can't let me die! Don't let me die! The rest of it's yours! Go! Drink it all of it! Take it for yourself, only stop! So I look at empty hands, broke, without a dime in the world. Exactly the way I began. Exactly the way I began. 6 weeks ago, I came to this jerkwater town of Hillcrest to claim a worthless white elephant. A state called Hyde. Been in my family since the Battle of Bunker Hill. I was the missing heir. Finding me cost the trustees more money than the estate was worth.
That's the picture, Mr. Lime. It's a big estate, but the land's been neglected too long, and the buildings are about ready to fall down. Now, if the inheritance raised your hopes any,
Well, what about cash, other property? Stocks, maybe?
No, the tax collector sees what little there was for arrears. There isn't a cash penny in sight for a young fella, unless you chance to run into your grandfather's boodle.
My great-grandfather?
Yep, your great-grandfather, Daniel Zanga. Folks around here say old Daniel salted a pile away and walks the halls of Highgate watching it and waiting for the right descendant to come along.
Wait a minute, you're talking over my head.
Well, I'm just repeating local bogeyman talk. See, according to old records here in Hillcrest, your great-grandfather was a man of fearful omens and prophecies. You're not saying he had supernatural powers. The records hint he had. There's a paper in the files that accuses old Daniel Zenger of consorting with the devil. And there's another paper ordering his execution for the same thing.
My great-grandfather was put to death?
If we're to believe the records, yes.
What did you mean by that remark? Waiting for the right descendant to come along.
Oh, legend. The old Daniel Zenger swore his money would keep until an avenging descendant came along. But don't you go getting no ideas, young fella. Now, if there's anything I can do for you...
Yeah, there is. Lend the missing heir $20, huh? I'll need train fare out of here. The train out of Hillcrest would have been the smart play. But curiosity got the better of me. I wanted to see Highgate once. It was just out of town. I hitchhiked part of the way, and I hooked it the rest of the way with the storm threatening. Highgate was more run down than words could describe. I stood outside, watching the shadows pile around that big heap of junk. It had a look about it, as if once it pulled you in, you were shut away forever. Before I knew it, I was heading inside, as if I couldn't help myself. But it wasn't pulling. I was being pushed in, as if there was someone at my back. I was inside, and the door banged shut. It was the wind, I told myself. The door had been open and the wind had blown it closed. But I had a feeling that I wasn't alone. I felt a presence near me, pushing me toward a sputtering yellow light in a square library room.
Hello.
Who are you?
Ray Waters. You wouldn't be Theodore Zenger Lyon.
I'm Ted Lyon. What are you doing here?
At the moment, making notes from the town librarian.
What are those books you got there?
The remnants of Daniel Zenger's personal library. There are many fascinating writings here.
My great-grandfather's writings, you said?
Yes. In addition to his other reputed talents, Daniel Zenger was a prolific penman.
What do the manuscripts say?
I can't tell as yet. The language is English, but much of it is in an old, obscure dialect. I would need to examine and interpret them. That is, if you have no objection.
No, I haven't. You can make a bundle of the stuff, take it along with you, and dope out what it says on one condition.
One condition?
Uh-huh. That you tell me what it says first. I got around to see the old librarian the next night. The shades were down. Library hours were over. Old Hillary Waters let me in. His face seemed to be burning with excitement.
I've made an amazing discovery. A most amazing discovery. Your great-grandfather was put to death.
Oh, that's no discovery.
Don't interrupt, please. I have documentary proof that Daniel Zenger was a man of extraordinary vision and prophecy. Shall I present my proof?
First, tell me, was he rich?
From all indications, fabulously rich. He accumulated a princely fortune.
And he did what with it?
I cannot say. But that is of minor importance. It is the remarkable scope of his prophecies I'm principally interested in.
Okay, spill it. What did he prophesy?
In these manuscripts, written in the 18th century, in about the year 1790, Daniel Zenger predicted Napoleon's defeat at Waterloo, our civil war between the states, and the rise of Abraham Lincoln, and the First and Second World Wars.
You're kidding.
I'm in earnest. There were other remarkable predictions. Your name is Peter Zenger Lyon. 4 generations removed from Daniel Zenger.
Yeah? What about it?
This obscure passage I came across in his book of predictions. In the 4th generation, a lion will come to the crest of the hill. And hang over Highgate.
What are you eyeing me for? Me? You're thinking the reference is to me?
Yes. I must think that. A lion. That is you, plainly. Theodore Lyon. And you're the 4th generation.
And the crest of the hill is Hillcrest. This town.
And you're the master of Highgate now.
What does the rest of it say?
He will first silence the waters, then capture the jewel from the king. Thirdly, after 7 days of wanton darkness, he will fling a tarnished stone into the earth, and a flame in the sky will show him the 4 keys. There's a final line. Read it. And the lion will sit with a ransom at his feet, and the winds will feel him from the wrath of the world.
Funny change had come over the old librarian. He looked as if he'd run out of the room if I wasn't standing right smack between him and the door. I started toward him slowly. That prophecy you read to me, if there's any truth in it, it means that if I complete the 3 steps referred to in those clues, I'll reach a certain 4 keys and lay my hands on a fortune.
Yes. It purports to mean that.
That's not quibble, huh? It means just that, period. Now, boiling certain words down, words like silence, capture, and fling. The 3 steps mean 3 murders.
Believe me, it is madness to accept or even interpret them literally.
Let's skip the weasel talk. It boils down to those 3 murders, doesn't it?
No.
Liar. First, he will silence the waters. That's you, Ellery Waters. I must first silence you.
No. It's insane.
You can't run away, old man. I've got to silence you. The chair came down on his skull and he dropped. Then my thumb on his windpipe for a couple of minutes. And I'd satisfied the first clue to a princely ransom. I'd silenced the waters.
He will silence the waters. Is there anybody around whose name is stream, flood, lake, or maybe river? Old librarian Waters had a look in the book, and the prophecy took. His name's Muddy Waters now. A lion will reign over the Highgate. If our hectic hero keeps on exterminating quaint old scholars, I predict a lion will take it on the land. Let's verify my prediction, shall we? Okay, lion, roar.
I propped old Hillary Waters in a chair at his desk. There wasn't a telltale mark on him. He looked as if his heart had backed up on him while he was poring over his books. I moved into Highgate, with old Daniel Zenger's second clue burning in my brain. He will capture the jewel from the king. What did it mean? I couldn't even begin to figure it out. All I could do was wait and watch. A month dragged by. Then one night at the railroad depot, I watched the signal flag go up. Watching the trains roar by and sometimes stop was a way of getting a peek at the world outside of Hillcrest. I watched a girl get off. Young, made up and dolled up in a style that yelled for a second look. She looked like my world. A big town, bright lights, fast talk. I moved toward her like a guy in the desert starts for a pitcher of water. The funny thing, she was coming right at me, too.
Could you direct me to the nearest hotel, handsome?
I could even carry your bags there. For a price.
A local wolf, What's the price?
Smile.
Okay. Now pick up the bag.
I'm Fred Lyon. You?
Ruby Myers.
Your business in Hillcrest?
What are you, the local DA?
No, I'm just a guy with time on his hands.
I'm an advance agent.
Advance agent?
Ballyhoo. I nail up posters, hire a local hall, and I start the promotion and publicity going. It's really a man's job, but we women do it better.
Who are you publicizing?
Slugger Conlon, a middleweight prize fighter. Conlon's barnstorming, putting on exhibition bouts. He'll be here Friday night.
Well, what are you doing after working hours? Between now and Friday night?
Oh, I haven't thought about it yet.
Got any suggestions?
Honey, sister, I got $1 million. Before the end of the week, we knew each other a whole lot better. Walks, dances, the movies. There was someone behind me, pushing me, as close to her as I could get.
You're as nervous as a cat tonight. What's eating you?
Nothing.
What are you doodling?
Doodling?
Yeah, you've been scribbling absent-mindedly for an hour. Well, let's see it. He will capture the jewel from the king. That's a funny doodle. What does it mean?
Well, nothing. A line I read from a poem somewhere, maybe.
Ted.
What?
We gotta break it up after tonight. I'm somebody's girl.
In love with Slugger Conlon?
No.
Then why brush me off?
Well, I've got to. The king's crazy jealous of me. If he saw you around, there'd be murder.
Did you say the king? Did you call Slugger Conlon the king?
That's his nickname, my friend. Well, what's wrong?
Nothing. The idea of losing you, that's all. Ruby.
Yeah?
Just came to me. Ruby is a precious jewel.
Oh, now you're making with the sweet talk again.
Come on, Jewel. Let's have a last dance before the king claims you. Capture the jewel from the king. Second clue in the prophecy had been right under my nose for a week, but I hadn't seen it. When Conlon came in one day ahead of his party, I was right there at the depot waiting for him. Ruby was back at the hotel, freshening up for her boyfriend. Slugger Conlon? Nice to meet you. I'm Ted Lyon. I represent the town athletic committee. Welcome to Hillcrest.
Oh, thanks, kid. Where can I dig a shower, a steak, and a flap in this flea town?
My car's over there. Pile in. I'll drive you to a hotel.
Deal.
The town's all head up about the exhibition bout, King.
You know my nickname, huh? I'll put on a show. Just everybody turn out. $1.65 a head. Hey, how far to town is it?
Another half mile. What are you stopping? Flat tire.
There's a break for you. I'm going to love this town.
Well, where do you keep your jack? Don't bother worrying about the jack, Conlon.
Hey, I don't see no flat. Say, what gives? What's the gun for?
You, King.
This a stick-up? I've got a plug nickel, kid. Turn around. Sure. It won't find a son on me, I'll tell
you. The king was dead. I buried him in an abandoned quarry, baggage and all. His party arrived the next day. They stewed over why Slugger Conlon hadn't showed up, and then they left the following Monday. Nobody thought of making a search for him, checking with the railroad. Luck was with me. The king had pulled more than one disappearing act before, and his crowd was used to it. The party left, but the jewel stayed. A week later, I married her.
Well, we honeymoon, handsome.
In Highgate. We'll spend 7 days there, alone. Thirdly, after 7 days of darkness and want, there was only one way of interpreting the third clue in the prophecy. I closed Highgate to the world, and I settled down to 7 days of darkness and famine. It was slow agony. Without it, I'd never find the 4 keys. Without it, a lion could never sit with a ransom at his feet. At first, Ruby resisted. Soon she began to suspect that you'd married a crazy man.
Ted, I've got to get out of here.
You'll stick for 7 days.
No, not even 7 more minutes. I'm getting out of here right now.
Don't stick it out like that. Stick it out after changing to the floor.
You're mad. You're crazy, raving mad.
No food, no daylight, just endless dark. But 7 days passed, I was ready for the next clue. He will fling a tarnished stone to the earth, and a flame in the sky will show him the 4 keys. Fling a tarnished stone into the earth. What did it mean? Ruby?
Oh, leave me alone. Leave me, darling.
Come outside, Ruby, into the daylight. Ruby, I'll make all this up to you. All this suffering, I swear I will, Ruby. I'll sit with a ransom at my feet, and you'll sit right beside me, and there'll be gold and trinkets.
No. You'll sit in the hot seat, and I'll sit 20 feet away with the witnesses, watching you burn.
What do you mean? Watching me burn?
I sat there starving with my body dying by inches, but my mind was alive. I could think. I figured out your crazy doodling and all your crazy recitations. He will capture a jewel from the king. Oh, I figured out what that means.
Better stop talking, Ruby.
Trying something. King. Slugger Conway. I know why he never showed up that night. You met him and killed him.
Ruby stood there, pale and beat up looking, accusing me. Her clothes were ragged. She'd lived in them for 7 days and 7 nights. The hard illusion of beauty was gone. Hunger had aged her 7 years. The jewel had lost her sparkle. The tarnish of a misspent and wasted life was all over her.
He will fling a tarnished stone into the earth.
It was a voice behind me. The voice of someone whose hands were pushing me toward Ruby. Pushing me toward the 4th clue in the prophecy. It was old Daniel Zenger.
You're going to kill me.
Yes. I didn't know then, Ruby, that you were the jewel and the tarnished stone both. It's no use trying to resist, Ruby.
I'm too tired to resist.
My fingers on your throat for just a little while. It won't hurt. Too much. She hung limply in my arms, and I flung her to the earth. And then there was a flame in the sky, a lightning spear. It seemed to fix in the sky, pointing like an arrow on an illuminated map. The flame in the sky will show him the 4 keys. I followed the arrow across the countryside. There was a wind behind me pushing me on. Old Daniel Zenger was behind me, driving me. I reached an ancient cemetery that was hidden away in the Lost Valley. Then the flame was gone from the sky. And in front of me was a mausoleum. The date on its stone face read 1790. And under it was a family name, T. The door was unlocked. I turned the knob and opened it. And the wind slammed it shut behind me. The iron door had a knob on the outside only. There was no knob on the inside. I'm in here now. Trapped. Too weak to move. Hearing voices.
And the winds will seal him from the wrath of the world.
Dead all around me, waiting for me to close my eyes and join them. Waters, Connell, and Ruby. I'm in here to stay. Ransom, my feet. Cold coin. Thinking to go back to the time of Queen Elizabeth and Sir Walter Raleigh. But the light signal he asked for me. Can't buy one. No good to me now. No good to me.
The lion will sit with a ransom at his feet, and the winds will seal him from the wrath of the world.
Now there's an industrious lion for you. He built his own cage. A pifflicated prophet named Pennypacker once said, lions in stone cages shouldn't throw predictions. What some fellas won't do for a buck. Kind of brings a moral popping out of a wide crack in my brain. If a dead ancestor cozies up to you, start traveling, Bob. Fan out on a horizontal line. Before all you can get is vertical transportation.
Cows bedded down for the night.
Yeah. Oh, Hank, come over here a minute, would you?
Sure. Something wrong?
Yeah. Cow here seems to have hurt herself. It's like a barbed wire cut.
Let's have a look. Yeah, you're right. Does look like barbed wire.
There's no barbed wire where this animal's been.
Only wire like that on your property, Mr. Fuller, is over south the road.
Yeah, that's right. This animal hasn't been in the south pastures for months. She's one of the animals I'm keeping up near the barn, grooming for the stock show next month.
Yeah, I know she is.
You haven't let her get out accidentally, have you, Hank?
Me? Well, no, Mr. Fuller.
You sure, Hank?
Yes, sir. You said you wanted all the animals you brought in off the range kept inside the wooden fences. You're the boss. I wouldn't let any of them near any barbed wire.
It's mighty funny. Can't figure out no other way she could have hurt her leg like that.
Me neither. They're pretty bad, too. Deep.
Yeah, it is. I'll never be able to show her with a leg like this.
Sure too bad, Mr. Fuller. She's a nice animal, too.
Yeah, one of the best. I was counting on her boosting my score at the show.
Say, you don't suppose McCarg could have done it, do you?
McCarg?
Sure. He's pretty hard hit for good show animals this year. Had to sell off quite a few to pay his mortgage and meet the taxes.
I know, but McCarg's always been a good friend of mine. He wouldn't do a thing like that.
Well, he might. If he thought it might help him at the stock show, needs that prize money pretty bad.
But McCarg's a stock raiser from way back. He couldn't hurt a prize animal if he had to.
Funny thing, what some men will do for money, Mr. Fuller.
Look, Hank, I won't have you talking like that.
Well, I was just saying that...
McCarg's a good friend of mine. I've done him several favors lately. He wouldn't repay me by injuring one of my animals.
Well, all I know is she couldn't have cut her leg like that around the corral. Looks to me like it was done purposely. Here, better clean out that cut and wrap it up.
Yeah. Fetch me that disinfectant, some of those clean rags from the chest, Hank.
Sure. Here's some right over here.
In the stall?
Yeah, here on this shelf.
What are they doing here?
I don't know.
This bottle's always kept in the chest at the end of the barn. Marsh, have you been treating this animal?
No, I didn't know she was hurt till you told me.
Some other animal, then?
No, of course not. Didn't you inspect them all tonight?
Yeah, I did. This is the only cow that's hurt. But what's this disinfectant and these clean rags doing here?
Well, I just don't know, Mr. Fuller.
I put that bottle away myself last week. I treated a horse.
I haven't used it since.
I haven't used it more than a month, I guess.
Somebody did injure this animal, then tried to treat it here in its stall. He must have been frightened away before he could use the medicine.
But who would purposely cut its leg and then try to treat it?
I don't know.
No. Neither do I.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
What's this? Look here.
What? It's a short length of barbed wire.
With blood on it.
Ned, you're right.
It was hidden under the straw. I just happened to pick it up with my foot.
Must have been in that last load of straw we brought in. She must have laid down on it and cut her leg.
Not that deep. Hank, there's been dirty work around here. Here, hold these rags. Fix up this leg.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Easy now, girl. Yeah, just take it easy. Better stand back, Hank. She's liable to get a little excited when... Hank. What's the idea?
Don't move, Mr. Fuller.
That gun. Put it away, Hank.
Not on your life. Lucky for me, your foot didn't kick it up from the straw, too.
You did this.
I don't deny it. Yes, I injured the animal. I hid the barbed wire beneath the straw in this gun, too, to make it handy.
Hank.
And I put the disinfectant here in the stall, so you'd work on the cut. And I'd have you right here where I want you.
Hank, why?
Why? You mean you don't know?
I certainly don't.
Because you won't give Martha what she wants.
Martha?
Your wife, Mrs. Fuller.
Well, give her what she wants.
Divorce. Oh, stop your pretending.
Why, she's never asked me for a divorce.
She has a dozen times.
What makes you think so?
She told me. Told you. I told you to stop pretending. You know she wants to marry me.
What?
Don't act so amazed.
I am amazed. I'm glad to know about this.
You've known about it for a long time.
But I assure you that I haven't.
No good acting that way, Mr. Fuller. You've had a lot of fun, haven't you? Letting me go on like this, working for you for peanuts, calling you mister, doing all your dirty work around the farm.
You've been well paid. I've never asked you to do anything that I wouldn't do myself.
Well, I'm putting an end to all of it right now.
Hank, give me that gun.
Not on your life.
You can't shoot me in cold blood. They'll get you.
Not me. They'll never know.
When they find me with a bullet in me, Hank...
They'll never find a bullet in you. They'll never bother to look for one. Don't you remember this cow? Take a good look at her. You remember last fall when McCard's shotgun accidentally went off near her? How she almost trampled him to death?
Hank, no.
One shot, fella, through your heart. By the time that animal's hoofs have done their work...
No, Marsh, no.
They'll never recognize you when they pull you out of her stall.
You can't do that.
They'll never bother to look for a bullet.
Listen to me, Hank.
They'll think your gun went off accidentally, and the animal trampled you to death.
Give me that gun, Hank.
And the farm will be Martha's and mine.
Give it to me, Hank.
Keep back.
Give it to me.
Keep back, I say.
Take this.
Oh! Help me! My eyes. You blinded me.
Take it easy, you yellow pup. Your eyes will be all right.
Water! Water, get me some water! My eyes are stinging.
They'll be all right. Come on with me.
I can't see.
Here, this way.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to take you to the well and bathe your eyes.
You're not going to kill me.
Careful. Here's the barn door.
I didn't know what I was doing, Mr. Fuller.
Easy now.
I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't want to kill you.
You only missed killing me by a hair's breadth.
Oh, I was out of my head. Oh, my eyes.
We'll talk about that later.
Where are we? Where are you taking me?
Over to the well.
Mr. Fuller, what in the name of heaven are you going to do to me?
I'm going to wash out your eyes. Come on now.
Yes. Water.
Easy now. No, don't rub them. Keep your hands away from your filthy face.
But I can't stand this pain.
You'll be all right in a minute.
I can't stand it. I tell you, I can't stand it.
Marsh.
Let go of me. You're taking me off to leave me someplace to die.
Stop it. Stop it.
Now you're trying to kill me.
No, I'm not trying to kill you.
You are. I know you are.
Don't be a fool.
I'm blind. Sure, this is your chance. Chance to get rid of me. Well, you're not going to do it.
Hank, for the love of heaven, listen to me.
No!
I'm only taking you to the well.
Throw me in, huh? You want to throw me in?
I want to wash out those eyes.
No.
You don't care about me. All you want is a chance to do away with me.
No, you rat. I'm only trying to help you.
Let go of my arm. Let go of my arm.
No, you're staying with me.
I won't do it. I won't be led like an animal to the slaughter. Let go of me.
Stop it.
Let go of my arm.
We're almost to the well now.
Oh. 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 My eyes.
Water will fix them up.
I'm not going near that well.
That disinfectant will burn those eye tissues if you don't get it washed out of them.
I won't. You're going to throw me in. I won't go near that well.
Hank.
Let go. I won't go near it. I don't go near it. No.
Now. Get up on your feet. Come over to the well and get your eyes washed out. Now keep your head.
My eyes.
Here now. You bend over this water trough. Come on, bend lower. Come on now. Get plenty of this cold water into your eyes. That's like it. A little more. Here, use this cloth. Soak it with water.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Lucky that was just a mild disinfectant. Won't bother you any. I'll put that up to your eyes. That's it. Now, you open your eyes?
I don't know.
Well, try.
Yeah.
Feel better?
Uh-huh. Burn's easing up.
Yeah, let's see him. Yeah. Just inflamed a little. That'll be all right. We'll go into the house and bathe him in warm water now.
You didn't have to help me.
Skip it. Come on.
Wait a minute. What's that noise?
The New York plane.
What's she so low for?
I don't know. She's too low.
What's wrong with her?
Good Lord. She's on fire.
On fire?
Yes. A mass of flames.
Fire!
Falling.
Stephen.
Falling.
Stephen,
Falling.
wake up.
Falling. She exploded in midair, and now she's falling.
Stephen.
Martha.
Heavens, Stephen, you've been having a nightmare.
I'm going to sleep.
You're screaming at the top of your lungs about something falling.
The plane.
Plane?
The night plane to New York.
What about it?
She was low. Too low. She was in flames. Exploded in midair.
Oh, you were dreaming. The plane did go over just as you began to scream in your sleep.
Oh, let's see the clock. Yes. She goes over at the same time each night.
And she was extra low tonight. The motors were awfully loud. Close.
Yes.
But there was no explosion.
A dream. It's so real.
Oh, you better go back to sleep, dear.
But that wasn't all of the dream.
Oh, you can tell me all about it in the morning,
Oh,
dear.
that wasn't all.
Stephen, where are you going?
To Hank's room.
Why?
No, where's that other slipper? Here.
Stephen, what's wrong, dear?
That's what I want to know.
Stephen?
Hank. Hank, open up. Hank. He's not in here. The bed's not slept in.
Stephen, what in the world's wrong with you?
Hank's gone.
Gone? Why, he hasn't been in his bed.
No. Did he tell you he was going anyplace?
No.
That dream. It couldn't be true.
Was it about him?
Yeah. About him. We were together in the prize stock barn, bedding down the animals. One of the prize cows had cut her leg. We couldn't understand it because she hadn't been near any of the pastures with barbed wire. I was bringing Hank up here to bathe his eyes just as the plane was flying over. She was too low, and she caught fire. There was that awful explosion.
Oh, but it was all a dream.
Come on, we'll see.
Stephen.
I'm going out to the barn. Come along if you wish. Something tells me that it was more than just a dream.
Stephen, this is so foolish. I tell you, it was just a dream.
Here. Will you hold this lantern?
Oh, but you need your sleep, dear.
Get this door. I'll take it now.
All right.
Come on. Here's the stall. You bring the flashlight?
Here.
Here, take the lantern. Confound it, what's wrong? The battery burned out? Oh, there. Martha, look!
Stephen.
There on her leg. A deep cut.
Fresh cut. It needs attention.
Martha, it's identical to the injury in my dream.
Oh, Stephen, surely.
It is, Martha.
Oh, she just cut herself yesterday and you didn't know.
Oh. I always examine the prize stock in their stalls every night. Martha, this animal was in perfect condition when we went to bed.
Oh, but Stephen...
Wait a minute.
What in the world are you doing?
I'm looking through this straw, but... By heavens, look!
A short length of barbed wire.
Bloody barbed wire.
Stephen.
Just like the dream. The very same. There should be something else. Yes, here. Look.
A gun.
Hidden here in the straw. Here where he put it.
Who?
Hank Marsh, of course. Who else?
Oh, no, Stephen.
Yes. And look. There on the top of the feed box. The bottle of disinfectant. Some clean rags.
Oh, but Stephen, you...
Just like the dream. Every bit of it is just like the dream.
But you couldn't have dreamed all that.
The hidden barbed wire. The cut on the cow's leg. The hidden gun, the medicine, all the same.
Stephen.
And this cow. She's the one that almost trampled McHarg to death last fall when his shotgun accidentally went off.
But surely you don't think Henry Marsh planned to kill you.
Yes, he planned it. He worked it out carefully. Very carefully. But now his plan's no good because of that dream.
No, Stephen, he couldn't have.
Yes. And in my dream, I saw how it was all going to work out. It was shown how I could save myself by throwing the disinfectant into his eyes.
I tell you, there's some other explanation.
Then a plane. It did fly over low tonight, you said?
Yes.
And it must have caught on fire. It must have exploded.
But it couldn't have. I didn't hear a thing except the motors.
You heard me screaming about it in my dream.
Yes, but you...
Well, you must have been so intent upon what I was saying that you didn't hear the noise of the explosion.
Oh, no, that's impossible.
It was over south of the road. Here, give me that lantern.
Stephen, you...
You go back to the house. I'm going to look for that wreckage.
Stephen?
Not a sign of anything out there in the field.
I called the airport. They checked the plane. It passed over Sheldon some time ago. That's miles from here toward New York.
Safe?
Yes.
There couldn't be a mistake?
No. The plane that passed over here while you were dreaming is almost in New York now.
I can't understand it. All the rest of the dream was true. All but the part about the plane.
No, just a dream.
The other things. The injury to the cow, the wire, the gun.
Didn't you say you lost your gun several months ago?
Yes, I did.
You must have dropped it in the straw when you stored it in the barn. It and the wire were thrown into the cow's stall purely by accident.
But the injury.
Stephen, both of us know how easily and mysteriously cows can injure their legs.
And the disinfectant.
Oh, you simply left it in there in the stall and forgot about it.
No, I couldn't have.
Well, are you going to open it, Stephen?
It's unlocked. Come in. Hank.
Golly, I'm glad you're up, Mr. Fuller.
Henry, it's late. You haven't been in your bed tonight.
I forgot to tell you I was going to town. Mr. Fuller,
Well, that cow in stall 13. She's cut her leg.
Have you...
Well, I just happened to look at it. Looked in, found the barn door open, and... Why? What's the matter, Mr. Fuller? Say, why do you look at me like that?
Stephen.
You want me to come out to the barn, Hank?
Why, yes. That cow's leg's pretty bad.
A barbed wire cut?
You know about it?
And isn't the wire lying beneath the straw of the stall right now?
Mr. Fuller,
And isn't this the gun you hid under the straw?
How'd you find that?
Oh, Stephen.
So, it is true. You plan to kill me. Plan for the animal to trample me and mutilate me.
No!
Plan to marry Martha and get my farm.
No, Stephen, no, you're wrong.
No, I'm not wrong. You planned it together. Only my dreams spoiled your plans. Well, now you can be together.
Stephen, no!
Put that gun down!
Well, I'm going to send you. You can burn together.
No, Stephen, no!
For New York, now leaving at Gate 2. All passengers for New York, Flight 7, all aboard at Gate 2. All aboard at Gate 2. Flight 7, now leaving for New York, all aboard at Gate 2.
All clear. All right, shut the door.
Confound it. 5 minutes late taking off. Why don't they get this thing into the air? I've been hiding all day, waiting for darkness. Waiting here to take this plane to New York. New York. They won't find me there. No. They're not going to find me there. I've been waiting. Waiting. Good. Taking off. Yeah. I'll be in New York soon.
You can unfasten your safety belt now, Mr. Fuller.
Huh? You know me?
Yes. We always have a list of all the passengers. Let's see, you're going to New York.
New York? Yeah. Taking a little weekend trip. Just up and left the farm for a weekend. Decided I needed a vacation.
Vacations are good for a person.
Yeah. I decided I needed a little rest. So here I am. Funny thing, I dreamed about this plane last night. Yeah? She always passes over my farm about midnight. Dreamed last night she was flying exceptionally low. Funny, too, because she generally gained quite a bit of altitude by the time she gets over my place. It was a queer dream. Thought I was standing out back of my house, and she went over just a little before the barn tops, and then she caught on fire and exploded. Exploded right there in midair, right over my farm. I guess we all have funny dreams sometimes. This one was sure real. But look, there's my farm down there now. See? Had a red light put on my windmill so it could be seen at night. Look how close it seemed. How close? Too close. We're flying too low. I said we're flying too low. Look, just above the barn tops, just like the dream. Just like the dream. No, it can't be that. Look out the window. Flames. What if the motor's on fire? What if the motor's on fire? We're flying too low!
You have heard The Edge of the Shadow, tonight's original tale of dark fantasy by Scott Bishop, originating in the studios of WKY. Ben Morris was heard as Stephen Fuller, Eleanor Corrin was Martha Fuller, Muir Hyde played Hank Marsh, and Georgiana Cook was the stewardess. Next Friday at this time, listen to the 22nd in this series of dark fantasy adventures created for you by Scott Bishop, a weird and pulse-pounding tale of terror. Carrari, which relates how an angered witch doctor of the Ecuador jungle brews a bitter, deadly poison to use against a strange and heartless enemy.
Tom Paxton speaking. Dark Fantasy comes to you from Oklahoma City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler, written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan, and starring tonight two of radio's outstanding personalities, Frank Reddick and Jan Miner, in an original play titled Death Has a Cold Breath.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, and it will thrill you a little and chill you a little as we discover that death has a cold breath. Your name is Andy Marlowe. Once you were a very successful publicity agent. But this morning, as you slouch behind your big mahogany desk, you feel terrible. You're nursing a hangover. You're worrying about the IOUs you've been passing out the last few months to certain rather tough individuals who run gambling houses. You're slipping fast. Your bankroll is gone. Your girl Julie, who's just as hard and beautiful as the diamond she loves to wear, is looking for greener pastures. And you're on the skids. Unless you come up with a smart idea. You stare at your appointment pad with bleary eyes. The first name on it is Harold Farrington. Harold Farrington, the matinee idol of 20 years back. Now he's a has-been ham. You almost tell your assistant to send him away, but you change your mind and have him sent in.
Andy, old boy, you're looking splendid. I just got back from Florida. Thought I'd drop in and say hello.
Sit down, Harold, and cut out the hot air. You haven't the price of a trip to South Jersey, much less Florida, and I know it.
Always bluff and direct, Andy. That's what I like about you. Yes, it's embarrassing to admit it, but I am financially substandard at the moment.
If it's a touch, Harold, the answer is no.
I wouldn't dream of asking you for a loan, Andy. I want to retain you, to enlist your services to put me once again on the front pages. Remember 6 months ago, you dreamed up that idea of a national theater that I hoped to found? That got me nice headlines, Andy.
Yes, but you didn't get a job out of it. I'm going to be frank with you, Harold.
Of course, old man, of course.
The only way you'll ever work on Broadway again is to get a job in the street cleaning department.
Andy, but I know you're only joking. Just remind the public of me and the women will clamor to see me again. I've always had success with the women, you know.
The answer is no. I like to get paid for my services.
But you will, Andy. 6 months ago, for your last campaign, I made you sole beneficiary in my will. You'll collect when I die.
Sole beneficiary in your will. What a laugh. I think I fell for your line about having trust funds that would pay off when you died. I checked up later. You don't even own a spare suit of clothes.
I admit I exaggerated. I confess
Oh,
it.
that's mighty white of you.
However, this might interest you. A letter that was forwarded to me last week. Read what it says.
6 pages in a woman's handwriting, reeking with gardenia perfume. Phooey.
It's from a wealthy widow in Boston. 25 years ago, she was an admirer of mine. Her name is Abby Wilson, Mrs. Abby Wilson, and she's worth $500,000.
Harold, you bore me. So does Mrs. Abby Wilson. Now get to the point, will you?
I am, Andy. She's ill, slowly dying. And having read about my plan to start a theater, which I would run in the interest of a free, untrammeled stage, she decided to make the dream possible by leaving me all her money when she dies. Now, don't you see, Andy, that will of mine is now worth something. When Mrs. Abby Wilson dies, I'm a rich man.
Pipe dreams, Harold. She's probably a crackpot in an old lady's home. And to show you what I think of your will, in which I'm sole beneficiary, let's see, it ought to be in this drawer here. Yeah, here it is. Now, watch, Harold. There's your precious will where it belongs, in the wastebasket. Now, get out of here, you old has-been. I'm busy.
Your exasperation finally has gotten the better of you, Andy. You kick Harold Farrington out. Then, feeling worse than ever, you slump in your chair again. You're still slouched there half an hour later when the telephone rings.
Hello.
Hello, darling.
Oh, hello, Julie.
My. The Wonder Boy sounds as if he had a hangover this morning.
No, I'm all right. Just catching a little cold, that's all.
Oh, then you'll probably be glad to have me break our date for tonight.
Break our date?
Yes. I won't be able to make it tonight, Andy. So sorry.
Why won't you be able to make it? I've had those tickets for weeks.
I'm flying out to the coast at midnight, sweetheart. Bill Wentworth is throwing a really big house party, and then a cruise on his yacht afterwards.
What?
He phoned last night to invite me, and I accepted.
Julie, you can't walk out on me like this. Just because Wentworth has money.
And you have charm, Andy. But the charm's been wearing a little thin lately. And so has your bankroll. So goodbye, darling. See you around.
Julie, wait. Hard-boiled little gold diggers. I'll get another bankroll somehow. Then she'll come running back. I know Julie.
For a moment, Andy, you daydream about being rich again. But you're rudely interrupted by the sound of an argument outside and your office door opens.
Hello, Marlowe. Your office boy didn't want to let me in, but I persuaded him I had business with you.
Oh, hello, Rocky. I'm glad you dropped in.
Yeah.
I've been planning to get in touch with you. I've got a big deal in the fire. Yeah, going to get a big fee out of it.
Well, I hope you do, Andy, for your sake.
So, Rocky, I just wanted to ask you if you could just wait a few days on those IOUs. I'll really be flush.
Well, nobody ever said Rocky Smith wasn't a reasonable man. What's your idea of a few days?
Well, naturally, I don't get my fee until my client begins to see himself in the headlines, so... Well, how about 60 days, Rocky?
Huh. Because I never got past the 8th grade, Marlowe. But 60 seems to me considerably more than a few. I'll let you have 3 days. And that's all.
When he's gone, you hastily pour yourself a drink, Andy. Just then your telephone rings. You let it ring. What can it be but more bad news? Finally, the ringing gets on your nerves. You answer it.
Hello?
Hello, is this Mr. Andrew Marlowe?
Yes, this is Marlowe speaking.
Well, my name is Phelps, Mr. Marlowe. I'm calling from Boston.
Yes, Mr. Phelps.
Well, Mr. Marlowe, I'm very anxious to contact Mr. Harold Farrington. I believe he's a client of yours.
Well, you could call it that. Yeah, he was here. Left about half an hour ago.
Oh, well, can you possibly locate him for me, Mr. Marlowe? It's rather important. You see, I represent the estate of the late Mrs. Abby Wilson. I'm anxious...
Wait a minute. Did you say the estate of the late Mrs. Abby Wilson?
Well, yes, Mr. Marlowe. Mrs. Wilson died day before yesterday. And it appears that her new will leaves everything she owns to Mr. Farrington. I believe she was once an admirer of his.
Oh, yes. I know all about that, Mr. Phelps. I'll tell you, I'll locate Harold for you. You just leave it to me.
Well, I certainly appreciate it, Mr. Marlowe. I'd like him here for the probating of the will. Of course, as soon as the news gets out...
He goes on talking, but you're not listening, Andy. Your mind is working like lightning now. So that crazy story of Harold's about a rich widow leaving him everything was true. Like a fool, you tore up Harold's will, making you his heir. There must be some way to save the situation. Then it comes to you. The whole plan is one brilliant inspiration. You interrupt the lawyer.
Oh, Mr. Phelps, excuse me, please, but...
Yes, Mr. Marlowe?
If you let me handle all the publicity, I can keep it dignified and still make it a valuable asset to Mr. Farrington's plan.
Well, yes, I can understand that.
Now, if you'll see to it that nobody else hears about this until you and me and Mr. Farrington can get together...
Why, I think that can be managed, Mr. Marlowe.
Good. Then I'm going to hang up now and find Farrington. And when I do, I'll phone you. So, goodbye for now, Mr. Phelps.
You hang up and snatch that torn-up will from the wastebasket. Carefully, you paste the torn will together with Scotch tape. Then you set out to find Harold Farrington. You try his rooming house first.
No, Mr. Farrington ain't in. I don't know where he is, and I don't care. Unless he comes back with the $35,000 rent he owes me. You might try Tim O'Sullivan's saloon round the corner. That's where he usually hangs out.
You hurry to the corner saloon, but the actor's not there. Desperately perspiring in your anxiety, you try all the other local saloons. At last you find him. In a corner table in the cheapest bar of them all. You can see he's almost pie-eyed.
Well, this is my good old friend Andy. Have a drink. It's not good liquor, but it's cheap. That's his great recommendation. It's cheap.
Yes, I'm sorry, Harold. I can't drink now. I've hunted you up to apologize. I was only joking this morning. I am going to put on a campaign for you. I'm going to get your name in all the papers.
Well, that's mighty fine, Andy. Calls for a celebration. Waiter, 2 more.
You sit down, Andy, controlling your impatience. You bring out the damaged will and get Harold to initial each torn section. Then you tell him about your publicity scheme for him. He's to disappear, you explain, after threatening to kill himself.
Threaten to kill myself, man. To die, to sleep, perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death, what dreams may come when we have shuffled off this mortal coil must give us pause. Shakespeare, Andy. All right, sounds like a good scheme. I'll cooperate.
Your plan is working, Andy. Working beautifully. You get Harold Farrington into the phone booth. You phone Ross of the Daily Ledger, and Farrington talks to him.
Hello, Ross. This is Harold Farrington. Just wanted to tell you I'm going to play a big role soon in The Tragedy of Man. I'm going to play the corpse. What am I talking about? I'm just trying to tell you, old boy, the time has come to ring down the curtain. Going to end the little drama of Harold Farrington. Hello. Andy, how do you like that? He said I was drunk, and he hung up.
Yes, your scheme is working beautifully. You have Harold Farrington phone all the critics and tell them he's going to kill himself. But then Farrington collapses. Desperately, you realize you have to have help. You telephone Julie. You persuade her to bring her car and meet you. You show her the will. Tell her about Mrs. Abby Wilson.
Surely, Julie, you understand. If this will is legal, I'll come at $500,000 soon.
I understand that, darling. But just how are you going to collect? I mean, suppose dear Harold decides to stay alive and then changes his will.
He won't. I mean, how long can he live drinking as he does? He's on his last legs.
You mean you'll keep him supplied with free liquor until he obligingly drinks himself to death, Andy dear?
Yes, something like that. I haven't time to tell you the details now, but somebody has to get Harold to my cabin up in the woods and keep him hidden there. That's your job, Julie. Get him there, keep him there, and don't let anybody know he is there. Darling, for both our sakes, say you'll do it.
Well, it means missing Bill Wentworth's party, but all right, I'll do it.
Only, Andy, darling, this scheme of yours had better pay off.
So that's taken care of. Julie starts off for your secluded cabin in the mountains with Harold Farrington. You promise to join her the following night. The next morning, you get busy on the phone, ostensibly trying to trace Farrington. Among others, you call your old friend, the theatrical critic, Paul Milton.
Yes, Paul, I am worried about Harold Farrington. It's no gag. I know he called you yesterday and threatened to commit suicide, and I think he meant it. I'm really worried about him. Okay, I'll keep looking. See you soon, Paul. We'll have a drink together.
Paul Milton's skepticism is typical, and it's just what you want. Last of all, you call another old friend, Captain Harry Banning, in the Bureau of Missing Persons.
Oh, now, Harry, I'm not trying to drum up a story. Farrington really is missing. I want you to put out a missing persons notice now. Well, if that's the way you feel about it, I'll have to find him without any help from the police.
You hang up, and you're pleased, Andy. Very pleased. That evening, you catch the train for the little town of Ridge Gap, where your cabin is located. At the Ridge Gap station, you slip away into the darkness without being noticed. It's bitterly cold, but you walk the 2 miles to your cabin. There you find Julie and Harold Farrington having a drink in the living room. After the necessary greetings, you waste no time in getting down to business.
Well, kids, we're rolling. The editors are beginning to believe in your suicide, Harold.
Andy, I'm not so sure that the suicide is a good publicity angle. The more I think about it...
Of course it's a good angle. Isn't it, Julie?
Why, of course it is, Harold. Why, it'll get the critics to writing long, appreciative articles about you. The kinds of thing the producers all notice.
Well, maybe, but I still think...
Harold, you hired me to do the thinking. Now, listen. You write me a long letter of farewell. Understand?
A letter of farewell. Well, I could do that with the quotations from my great plays, Macbeth, Hamlet.
That's it, Harold?
Yes. I'll take the letter back to New York with me. I'll call all the critics. I'll get a couple of them to rush up here with me. Now, just before we get here, you take 1 sleeping tablet. Then pretend to be unable to wake until we've worked over you for at least half an hour. You got it?
Yes, of course. I could do that.
Look, absolutely on the level. Tomorrow evening, your name will be headlines from coast to coast.
Well, if you're sure, Andy.
I'm positive. Now, sit down at my desk and start writing that suicide note. And be sure to apologize to me for using my cabin. You understand, Harold?
You leave Harold Farrington busy writing the suicide letter. You take Julie into the next room to tell her the rest of your plan.
And as soon as he finishes that letter, Harold's going to die. You understand that, don't you, Julie?
Die? Andy, you didn't say anything about that when you sent me up here with him. I'm not going to have anything to do with murder.
Harold will drink himself to death in another 6 months. What difference does it make if he goes now? It means $500,000 to us, me and you. It's perfectly safe. By now, half New York knows Harold was threatening to kill himself.
You go on talking, persuading her.
Rich.
And when you want to be, you can be very, very persuasive.
Maybe a few hours.
At last, Julie gives in to your scheme.
All right, Andy. I'll do it. But let's get it over with quickly.
You go back into the living room. Harold has finished writing his farewell to you in the world, and he's reading it aloud with great self-appreciation.
Out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. Oh, there you are, Andy. Listen, I think this is rather good.
He begins at the beginning and reads the whole letter to you. It's what you want, exactly. As he reads, you busy yourself fixing him a drink. And into the drink, you pour the contents of a small bottle. Harold Farrington finishes his letter and waits for your applause.
That's splendid, Harold. Simply terrific.
It nearly made me cry, just listening to it.
I think without undue modesty, one could say it's good theater. Oh, is that a drink for me, Andy?
Well, it isn't for anybody else, Harold.
Thank you. I've earned this drink. Well, bottoms up.
He drinks, and in 5 minutes, it's all over. For one last instant, he stares at you accusingly, then his eyes close, and he falls forward on the desk.
He's dead. Perfect, Julie. Couldn't have worked out better.
Oh, now what, Andy? Back to New York and come find him tomorrow or the next day?
No. It's all going to be settled tonight.
Tonight?
Yes. There's a very special reason why. I owe some money. By tomorrow, I've got to be able to prove I can pay it from the inheritance. Now, we're going to drive to Ridge Gap, have dinner, and pretend we're on our way up here from New York. Then we arrive here, find Harold dead, and phone the sheriff. That's all there is to it.
Andy, now wait a minute.
What is it?
What time is Harold supposed to have died?
Well, sometime last night when I was in New York.
That's impossible. His body, it'll still be warm when the sheriff gets here. The sheriff will know that Harold must have died this evening.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot that. I can't wait till tomorrow. Just can't. I got it.
What?
It's cold out. Only about 15 above zero.
Yeah.
We'll put Harold out on the terrace, chair and all, for half an hour. By then he'll be cold, plenty cold. It'll seem as if he died hours ago.
Swiftly, you and Julie lift the chair in which Harold Farrington sits. You carry it out on the terrace in the bitterly cold wind. There you leave Harold to cool a bit. Back in the house, you set everything straight, remove all evidence of Julie's having been there. You wait half an hour, 45 minutes. Then you carry Harold back in, chair and all, and pose him properly in front of the desk where his touching suicide note waits. The picture is perfect.
Cold enough now. Feel his forehead.
It's like ice.
Yeah. That's because he died last night, my dear. Now let's go. We'll have dinner at the village, make sure we're seen, then come up here and discover Harold.
Your program goes off without a hitch, Andy. In the village of Ridge Gap, you make sure witnesses see you eating. You tell the waitress you're just on your way to the cabin. Then you drive up and find poor Harold's body. In half an hour, the sheriff is there with the coroner. The sheriff looks around, listens to your story, reads the letter Harold so obligingly wrote, and nods.
Yep. Certainly is plain enough story, Mr. Marlowe. Poor fella, down on his luck, decided to end it all. You say you gave him a key to this cabin 6 months ago?
Yes, that's right, Sheriff. 6 months ago, I did a publicity campaign for him, and we used to come up here to work out our plans. I gave him a key then, and he kept it.
And poor Harold crept here to die in hiding.
That's how it goes. Well, I guess there's no use our hanging around any longer. Poor fella's stone cold. Means he died last night or this morning, I guess. Well, Doc, let's phone Williams the undertaker and get this over with.
I guess we'd better wait a mite before we call the undertaker, Sheriff.
Wait? What for?
There's something a bit peculiar here.
Peculiar? Well, what do you mean, Doc?
Feel this fellow's forehead. Mighty cold, isn't it?
That's right. Cold as ice. Shows he's been dead quite some time.
Yes, everybody knows that. It's in every detective story. His forehead was as cold as ice. Wish I had $1 for each time I've read that.
Yes, but I'm afraid you don't get my point. You see, a dead body can only cool off to the temperature of the room it's in.
Oh, well, what are you getting at?
Just this. I took the temperature of this suicide. His body temperature's only 45 degrees.
45 degrees?
That's right.
Well, how could that be, Doc? This room is 70 degrees. It ain't possible.
Andy.
Be quiet, Joey.
You're right, Sheriff. It isn't possible. Unless this suicide walked outdoors and practically froze himself. He came back in, sat down, and waited for us. And I don't think he did.
What you're saying, Doc, is, it's not suicide. It's murder. And I reckon we got the murderers right here in this room with us. Well, folks, how about it?
This is the mysterious traveler again. Dear me, it's a cold wind that blows nobody good, isn't it? Yes, Andy and Julie were persuaded to confess. It wasn't hard to get a confession, since each rushed in to blame the other. Such a clever scheme, too. Not a flaw in it. If only Andy hadn't been in such a hurry to cool the corpse off. The moral is, never rush a corpse and let it take its own time, even if it kills you. Oh, that reminds me of next week's story, The Hot Seat. It's about a dim-witted fellow with but one thing in mind, revenge. However, his weapon was not the knife, gun, or poison. It was... Oh, you'll have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. The role of the mysterious traveler is played by Maurice Tarplin. This is Jack Farron speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now present George Edwards in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
There's I've reserved a special carriage on the train. Your whole bed will be lifted into it so that you can go up to London without ever having to move.
Even if you never do aught else for me, Doctor, I'll never forget how kind you've been and what a change you've made in life for me.
You just wait till I've finished. I haven't started yet. As soon as you get to London, I'm going to have you taken to a private nursing home. And then we'll get the best specialists in England to have a look at you.
Won't you be looking after me?
Of course I will, but I'll need help. There are plenty of things that I don't know.
I'd rather have you than anybody else, no matter how much they know.
You wait till Sir Humphrey sees you. You'll like him. He operated on the little Duke of Cumberland after he was thrown off his horse. They thought he'd never walk again, but a little while ago, I saw him playing football.
True? Be that true?
As true as you're going to get up off that bed of yours and walk across the room to me inside 6 months.
Aye, it does seem too wonderful to even think about. And me thinking I'd be lying here, stuck in this little room for the rest of me days.
Instead of which you're going up to London, and you're going to start life all over again. Oh, what's this? Not tears?
Oh, why should you do all this for me?
Will you do something for me?
Anything in all the world.
Well, get well and strong. Nothing you can ever do will mean so much to me as that. Will you promise?
I promise.
Come along, then. Put your arms around my neck. I'm going to carry you out of the carriage, outside, and then they'll come and get your bed and take it down to the station. You ready?
Aye, that I be.
Hold hard, then. Don't be afraid. I'll not let you fall.
I'd not be afeard of anything with you.
Well, Matron, how's my patient today?
Much the same, Doctor. Sir Humphrey's just having a look at her now. Would you care to go along?
No, I'll see him after he's finished. Has she been out in the garden today?
Yes, she had about 3 hours in the sun.
Make any attempt to walk?
2 of the nurses supported her.
But no success by herself?
None at all.
Strange. Ah, here's Sir Humphrey. I'll see what he has to say.
Oh, there you are, Jekyll. I got here a little early. Hope you don't mind my going ahead and seeing Miss Cole.
Not at all. I'm glad I wasn't there in a way. I'm anxious to hear what you think.
Well, to be quite frank, I'm a little at a loss. There's no reason at all why she shouldn't have begun to use her legs ages ago. After all, there was no fracture, just a severe dislocation of the spine. When once we get that right...
yes, I know.
Of course, there was a certain amount of atrophy of the muscles from this use. If only that fellow down in... where was it he lived?
Bodmin?
That's right, Bodmin. Well, if he'd had the sense to really find out what was the matter with her, she'd have been on her feet years ago.
So, what are we going to do?
Oh, just persevere. She's got an idea. She's going to fall. Now, if we could only get her walking without thinking about it...
you think she'd be all right?
Oh, of course she would. Physically, there's not a thing the matter.
All right. I think I've got an idea. Would you care to stay for a while and see?
See what?
If we can get her to walk without thinking of it.
Oh, how are you going to do that?
That's my secret. Is she back in her room?
Yes. They brought her inside to let me examine her.
Good. Well, let's go and see what we can do.
By the way, I was reading an article of yours in an old science magazine. Ever do any chemical research these days?
Now, Thurza, I want you to walk across this room.
Oh, I'll fall. I know I'll fall.
Oh, not you. I got Sir Humphrey to come along specially to tell you that there's not a thing the matter with you.
Then why can't I move my legs?
You only think you can't.
Am I as daft as all that?
You're not daft at all. You're just frightened.
What about?
That you're going to fall. Now, you're going to stand up, and I'm going to take away those crutches like this.
Oh, no.
Now. You must trust me, Thurza. And when I tell you there's nothing the matter, I mean it. Don't you remember how you promised me you'd do anything in the world for me?
Aye, and I would, too.
Then you've got to let me take your crutches and try to stand on your feet by yourself. Now, will you do that much?
I'll try.
Good girl. Now we'll do it. Now, are you ready?
Aye.
First one.
Oh.
Then the other. Steady.
Aye.
Steady now.
Oh.
Further.
Oh. Sam. Oh, Sam.
Steady now. What's all the fuss about, Thurza?
Oh, where did you come from? Oh, Sam, be it really you?
I don't know who else would be hugging you and kissing you like this.
Why, I walked.
Of course you did. Didn't Dr. Jekyll tell you to?
Dr. Jekyll? Why, he's gone.
Why, so he has. And the other one, too. Can you beat that now? Perhaps they guessed we'd like to be alone.
Oh, how did you get here? Where did you come from, Sam?
I got in yesterday by boat all the way from South Africa.
And why did no one tell me you were coming back?
Oh, that was part of his plan for curing you. He knew that there had to be someone to take your mind off yourself so that you'd walk without thinking about it.
Oh, Sam, it's like a miracle to have you back and to find that I can walk.
Oh, Thurza, steady now. Hang on to me. Perhaps you'd better not be too flash with standing up at first.
Oh.
Let me pick you up and carry you back to your chair.
Nay, let me walk. He said that there were nothing wrong with me. I want to prove that he were right. He said I'd walk through Maston Bridge back to my own home and that I'd not lie in the dark no more and see the face I had would hide.
He were right, lads. He were right. You'll walk through Marston Bridge to your own home, and I'll go with you till the day I die.
Henry.
Why, Margaret. You, of all people. Where did you come from?
I'm just up in London for a few days to do some shopping. I caught sight of you as you passed and well, I ran after you, Henry.
I'm awfully glad you did. Come and sit down in this little park and tell me all about yourself. Where have you been all this time?
I went abroad for a while, and then I came back and went down to stay with Sir Robert and Lady Fairley. That's where I am now.
You're not making your home there permanently?
What do you mean, Henry?
Do I have to say?
You mean John?
Yes, John.
I thought I'd steeled myself against hearing you say things like that. But they still hurt, I'm afraid.
Why?
Because I want you to be happy.
That you can hope to hear me say I'm going to marry another man. Sometimes I wonder, did you ever love me at all?
Oh, Margaret.
I know. But if only you'd tell me why you won't marry me. If I had something positive to go on, it'd be easier. But you've given me nothing but hints and evasions.
Is it not enough, my dear, that I must renounce you forever? Must I also make you hate me before you'll consent to find happiness with someone else?
How can I do that? Could you?
You mean find happiness with someone else?
Yes. You and I grew together through the years, Henry. I never realized how close we were until I've been trying to forget you during the past 3 months.
You must forget. Don't you understand? You must.
I can't. That's what I came up to London for. Oh, I pretended I wanted to do some shopping. That wasn't so. I came to see you. I had to see you.
But you mustn't. You mustn't. You don't understand. You don't know what you're saying.
I know there'll never be anybody else for me. No matter what you've done or what you are.
Oh, Margaret. If you could only understand. You don't understand.
I know I don't. I'll never understand what it is that came over you. Why you suddenly changed when my father was...
Don't say it.
Henry.
Don't say it.
Don't look like that. You haven't still got that terrible thought that you were responsible for what happened?
I had allowed myself to forget. To forget for a little while. I'm glad that you reminded me.
Henry, what do you mean? What is this mad obsession that you've got? I was talking to Hugh Lanyon. He was telling me that you're trying to find all the people that Hyde has injured and to put things right for them.
You had no right.
You had every right. He's your friend and I'm the woman you love. Can't we know the secrets of your life?
No. Never. No one shall ever know that.
Henry. My darling. Why do you shut me out? You look so haggard and so worn. Oh, and it's all so needless.
Why must you torture me? Haven't I told you that there could be nothing more between us?
But why? Why?
Because I no longer love you.
What? What did you say? Henry, it's not true. Not that. Or anything but that.
What else can it be? I've tried to spare you, but you forced me to it.
You mean there's someone else?
Yes. There's someone else.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. I should have understood before. It was stupid of me. I'll go now. No, don't bother to get up. I'll just walk down that path and out through the gate. It's best to do it that way. Goodbye. I hope that you'll be very happy.
The legend of the Kruger millions. There is something about tales of buried treasure, the magic phrase X marks the spot, doubloons and pieces of 8, ancient parchment maps, that appeals to the romantic in us all. In Africa, there is a wealth of myth and legend to inspire treasure hunters. The sunken treasure of the Grosvenor, a cache of diamonds hidden by a refugee Zulu chief in Rhodesia, Portuguese gold buried near the Zambezi, the lost half of the Cullinan diamond. Perhaps the most persistent legend is that of the buried Kruger gold. Every month there is at least one news item about this hoard, and now and again we read stories of people who claim to have been there at the time. It's doubtful that any number of official statements denying its existence will ever kill the legend of the Kruger millions. August 1900. There was heavy fighting near Cliff River, and the Boer commandos were being pushed back by Lord Roberts. In Pretoria, President Kruger and his cabinet were making plans to move to a new capital at Machadodorp, near Delagoa Bay. One afternoon, Umpol sent for his coachman, Johannes Swartz.
The English are coming, Swartz. They will catch me if I stay here, and I want to know if you will come with me when I leave.
Leave, Meneer the President?
We are going to Machadodorp, Swartz. I am having a special train fitted out for myself and members of my cabinet.
I will do my duty, Umpol. What is it you wish me to do?
I want 6 of my horses put on the train, but Venus and Darling are to stay so that Tansina can use them. And my best cow must be put on the train as well.
Ja, Umpol. The stable boy Willem can help me.
Goed. When you have done that, go and say goodbye to your wife. Then come back here. I want you to drive me through the town in a spider so that everyone can see me.
Ja, Umpol. Do you know how long we shall be away for?
Not too long, Swartz, not too long. In time, we shall defeat the Khakis.
What time do you wish me to come back for you this evening, Umpol?
Swartz loaded the horses and the cow onto the presidential train. And then at 7 in the evening, he called for the president and the spider. They drove round the town so that everyone could see Umpol. Later that evening, they drove secretly to Eerste Fabrika, where the remnants of the government were waiting for President Kruger on the platform. Skolkburgers, F.W. Reitz, Frikkie Elof, Manny Bradell, and the state attorney, Louis Jacobs.
Swart, come here a minute.
What can I do for you, Meneer Jacobs?
Swart, take this money, drive back to Pretoria, and go to as many of the pubs as you can. If you hear anyone suggest that the president is leaving, take out the money and bet them that he is still in town.
But Meneer Jacobs...
Listen, do as I say, Swart. We don't want to...
Swartz did as he was told, though he spent most of the money gambling. He got back at 5 in the morning, and shortly afterwards the train pulled out. For 6 days, President Kruger and his government stayed at Machadodorp until they heard the news of the capture of Pretoria. They waited anxiously for dispatch riders to bring reports from the commandos, but they were being pushed further and further back. The presidential party moved on to Nelspruit, where a siding had been constructed for the train.
I want you to take a Cape cart, Swartz. Load all the gold I have brought with me onto it and drive to the main line. 2 of my special police, Jan de Bruin and Van Wyk, will be waiting there to help you load it onto the cattle trucks.
Ja, Umpol. What will happen to all this gold?
There are 2 lots, Swartz. Gold sovereigns, which will be used for the commandos here, and gold bars, which I shall take with me. It will be used for Boer refugees. We must pray that we can defeat the British. But if not, I shall go to Delagoa Bay and over the water.
That must not happen, Umpol.
Swartz did as he was ordered. But as the British advanced, Skolkburgers became worried that the gold might be captured. And when the presidential party reached Hectorspruit, he ordered Swartz to leave the gold bars in the cattle trucks, but to take the sovereigns in a Cape cart to Crocodile River. From there he journeyed to Leidenburg, then to Roos-Senekal, following the president as he moved his headquarters. Guerrilla warfare had now started in earnest. At Roos-Senekal, Swartz saw the last of his precious load. a council meeting was held between the leaders of different commandos, and the golden sovereigns were divided between them. Sparks later recorded,
"Now, it's no good asking me what happened to the money after that. I know the names of all the commandants, but what they did with the sovereigns, I have no idea. I saw the president just before he sailed from Delagoa Bay, and he told me that the gold bars were going with him over the water. I am still waiting for my share of the Kruger millions, but I am not one of the fools that go digging like moles, hoping to find the gold under a thorn tree in the bushveld."
That was the story told by Mr. J.P. Swartz some years ago. Now, there's no doubt that when President Kruger left Pretoria, he took with him Republican Treasury funds to finance the commandos and some gold bars. According to Dr. Krauser, then Commandant of Johannesburg, the amount was £500,000. According to Colonel Rates, son of F.W. Rates, it was only £80,000. Other, less reliable informants state that it was over £1 million. But the question is, what happened to the gold? Dr. Krauser wrote,
"On August the 28th, the train continued its retirement eastwards and reached the Lorenzo Marx border. The president stood sadly in the doorways of his coach, looking over the Komati River. And thus they left the Transvaal. During the stay in Machadodorp, golden sovereigns were made, and with these we were paid our monthly salaries. In Lorenzo Marx, the full amount was paid out, and by this time I am convinced there was not much gold left.
According to an anonymous eyewitness, a woman who at the age of 80 confided her story to a local paper in 1947, the gold lies scattered on an unknown spot in the Lowveld. She was the wife of one of the Boer commandos, and towards the end of August 1900, she travelled to Nelspruit to join her husband.
The president's train had been shunted onto a sideline and was heavily guarded. But the British artillery found the range, and the Boer troops hurriedly prepared to evacuate the president and his staff. But there came a direct hit on the baggage van. At dawn, the vans were found to be wrecked. Twisted metal and smashed woodwork, pieces of glass were scattered about. The vans had been torn apart, and everything, including the gold, tossed over the veld.
In the same edition of the paper, there was a statement by old Andries Bainkis, a coloured pensioner, reputed to be 108 years old, who had been Umpol's coachman before Swartz, and who accompanied the presidential train. Bainkis said,
"I have seen so much money that I cannot sleep. I am sure I could find the spot again if someone would take me to Barberton. I saw 5 ox wagons laden with treasure chests crossing the Crocodile River near Barberton. By some abandoned prospecting holes the gold was buried, and the boxes were sewn in oilcloth before they was lowered into a deep hole."
But of all the tales about the missing Kruger millions, the one that has gained the widest belief is that it now lies on the bottom of the ocean. Shortly before President Kruger went over the water, a small sloop sailed into Delagoa Bay and entered the harbour under a mysterious charter. According to eyewitnesses, a number of small but heavy boxes were taken aboard and cemented to the hold. The sloop left Delaware Bay with a new coat of paint and a new name, Dorothea. But shortly after leaving port, she struck bad weather and went down with all hands off Cape Vidal. Even the Natal government accepted this story, and an expedition was sent out to salvage Dorothea's cargo, the Kruger gold that now lay on the floor of the ocean. The ship Penguin was fitted out and left with a crew of 21 hands to rescue the treasure. But she too struck bad weather and went down with all hands. Lost at sea. Not according to Karl Hens, an old German settler who came to Africa in the 1890s. Hens was a ship's chandler in Lorenzo Marx, and he occasionally acted as a private detective for the Portuguese government.
One night I was approached by the manager of the Netherlands Bank in Lorenzo Marx. He asked me for the use of 2 of my boats. I agreed to hire them and accompanied him to the harbor. At midnight, 100 boxes weighing about 300 pounds each were loaded into the boats and carried across to the German ship König. The manager told me that the boxes contained gold, and that the König was bound for Holland.
This story was denied by Mr. M. Brink, the proprietor of the Coligny Hotel. He said that after the Battle of Donkerhoek, President Kruger's coach stood for some days in front of the hospital at Waterval-Onder, where Mr. Brink was at that time a patient. One day he wandered out of the hospital into the station and met Pol.
Why the heavy police guard, Pol?
Herr Brink, the treasures of the mint and all my state documents are on that train.
What are you going to do with them?
We are waiting for a telegram from Lorenzo Marx. Soon the Gelderlander should arrive there, a Dutch flagship sent by the Queen of Holland to fetch me. The gold and the state papers will go with me on this ship.
What will you use the gold for, Pol?
To finance the Boer refugees.
The plot thickens. Was the gold buried before Pol sailed from Delaware Bay? Did it go with him? Or does it lie on the bottom of the ocean? According to the private papers of the Republican Embassy in Europe, which were released in 1931, there is quite a different explanation. In these papers, Dr. W.J. Lates, the last representative of the Transvaal overseas, states,
The German steamer Bundesrat brought to Holland 26 boxes of gold bars valued at £840,000, consigned by members of the Transvaal government to their banking agents in Holland. These have been forwarded to the merchant firm of Arndt and Cohn.
This was before President Kruger left South Africa. But somehow the matter came to the notice of the British government, and legal proceedings were instituted at Hamburg by a handful of English insurance companies with claims against the Transvaal state. In this way, the British government hoped to stop the money being used to help the Boer refugees. Now, you might think that this was the last word on the subject, but this is not so, because according to other reports, the Bundesrat was in fact intercepted at sea by the British Navy, and her cargo, which was said to be valued at £2 million, was confiscated. A question about this was asked in the House of Commons, but the government refused to confirm or deny the confiscation of the gold. Lost at sea? Confiscated by the British? Buried in the Transvaal? Blown to pieces? Well, according to a Johannesburg military pensioner, Mr. H.W. Seward, none of these things happened. He knows, because he helped to hide the Kruger millions. This pensioner, with his brother, Mr. H.R. Seward, and Mr. J. Cordielson, travelled northwards on the presidential train. The two coaches carrying the gold were unhooked in the veldt and left standing on a bridge, while the rest of the train travelled on.
Right. Your brother and I will unload the other carriage seaward. You know what to do with this lot?
Yes, Mynheer Cornelissen.
Good. We'll leave it to you.
And the young seaward, only 12 at the time, threw the gold bars into the river, while his companions loaded the contents of the other carriage onto 2 mule wagons and drove away to bury the gold in the bush. In 1952, Mr. H.W. Seward revealed his secret and said,
"My brother and Mr. Cornelissen took an oath never to reveal the hiding place, and they kept this to their death. Not another soul knew where the gold was buried. I was only 12 at the time, but I remember which way the wagons went, and if I don't get permission to look for the gold, I won't tell anyone else where it is. If I do get permission, I shall go at once to the river I remember so well."
Mr. Seward was certain that he knew where the gold was hidden, but many others have been just as certain. One of these was the notorious Daniel Spart, who, along with a man called Pretorius, is said to have unearthed the Kruger millions while on commando during the Boer War. Pretorius was never seen again. Then, in 1903, Spart organized an expedition with S.P. van Niekerk. They traveled beyond Leidstorp and, according to Spart, discovered the gold. But he did not intend to share his treasure with anyone else. He shot his companion in the back. He was arrested and tried for murder, but he refused to say anything about the gold. If Daniel Spart did know the secret of the Kruger millions, it died with him on the scaffold. One of the most persistent of treasure seekers is Mr. J.G. Dovell of Springs, who has for several years been on the trail of the missing gold. According to Mr. Dovell, the treasure was taken by 2 ox wagons from Hectorspruit. The party was attacked by natives, and while the fight was still on, some enterprising members of the party managed to bury the treasure between 2 trees, into which they drove nails so they would find them again. Mr. Dovell thinks he's found the trees, but he's been digging the site without success for some years. Ever since the end of the Great War, there have been a succession of reports on the Kruger millions. Some fanciful, some incredible, some strangely believable.
Farmer finds wagon clue to buried Kruger millions. Mr. H. Martins, a low-felt farmer, has unearthed portions of a small horse-drawn wagon, which he believes was used to transport gold. According to a story that is well known in this area, the wagon was carrying gold from Pretoria as the British forces were advancing. The wagon broke down, and the gold was buried, with pieces of the wagon used to mark the spot.
A resident of Kempton Park claimed that he had come within 3 feet of the Kruger millions. Here's Mr. Benjamin van Dijk, whose quest for the treasure dates from 1932. Last month, after protracted negotiations, South African Railways Administration granted him permission to dig on railway ground in the Lydenburg area. Mr. van Dijk claims to have an old map that enabled him to find the exact spot where the treasure is buried. But his capital was exhausted after he had dug down 8 feet. According to the map, he had only another 3 feet to go.
Midnight diggers seeking Kruger gold. Mystery men hide as cars approach. These people are digging at a site beside the road between Pretoria and Silverton. Permission to dig was refused by Pretoria University, who owns the ground, but in spite of the refusal, a gang of men has started working there. This treasure seeking is inspired by one of President Kruger's guards, who stated that he had seen the treasure being buried in this area, and the story goes that young trees were planted on the spot after the gold was hidden.
And the stories still pour into the papers. Statements, denials, counter-statements, official reports, theories, legends, and pure fiction. There is, however, one other possibility that was overlooked until recently, that the Kruger millions were stolen. This story was published in the Sunday Times some years ago, and like so many of the protagonists who perpetuate this mystery, those involved remain anonymous.
A certain Republican official named X heard about the trainload of gold and with some of his colleagues worked out an elaborate plot. Near the shadow top, a large number of ingots would accidentally fall from the train in the dark. Accomplices would bury the gold near the track and leave it there until the search had fizzled out. Everything happened as planned, but when the war was over and X and his associates went back for the gold, they found that someone had got there before them. To this day, local farmers wrongly condemn each other for the theft. They are wrong, because I know what happened to the gold. In 1903, shortly after the Peace of Vereniging, I moved into a Pretoria boarding house. There, to my surprise, I found that Mr. X was also a guest. I recognized him at once, although he had no idea that I knew of his plot to steal the gold. One evening, Mr. X was sitting in the drawing room, keeping his fellow guests amused with tales of the war. I wandered out onto the stoop and then...
Hey, come over here.
By all the... What are you doing here?
Keep your voice down.
Still in the police?
Yes, I am. Come with me and I'll show you something interesting.
Where are we going?
Upstairs. Come on.
My old friend from the police led me upstairs and into X's room.
Keep listening. If he stops talking, then go out into the landing and see what's happening. See this chest of drawers? Try pulling out this biggest drawer.
All right. What on earth has he got in here?
Yeah. Let's pull together.
Great heavens. Gold. Yeah, there must be about half a ton in there.
About that. X must have brought it here in easy stages.
Are you investigating this for the police?
No, for myself. X approached me and asked if I would help him smuggle it out of the Transvaal.
But you know as well as I do that X did the dirty on his friends before. It's the only way he could have got on the gold. Now be careful. I wouldn't trust him. Is it definitely the Kruger gold?
See for yourself. Look at the excise marks.
Yes, there's no doubt about it. I think we should forget about X and take the matter into our own hands. But we did nothing. Somehow X managed to sell some of the gold and left the country. A few months later, we read in the paper that X had turned up in New South Wales, described as a South African magnate who had decided to live abroad. That's the end of the Kruger gold, I said to my police friend. And since then we've chuckled whenever we read of expeditions hunting for the hoard that no longer exists.
To my mind, that is one of the most convincing stories of what happened to the Kruger millions, if they existed. According to Colonel Dennis Rates, whose father accompanied President Kruger when he left Pretoria, the amount taken by Umpol was no more than £80,000. Colonel Rates once asked General Botha how he accounted for the widespread delusion that there were millions. And the general replied that the stories of buried treasure probably arose because when guerrilla warfare started, scores of boxes of ammunition were taken out secretly into the bushveld and buried for later use by commandos. Those who didn't know that the boxes contained ammunition might well have thought that the only thing valuable enough to be buried with such secrecy was gold. Not long ago, the story that the Kruger millions were hidden in the donkey camp in Beatrix Street prompted a Pretoria citizen related to the Kruger family by marriage to publish a document that had been in his possession since the end of the Anglo-Boer War.
The undersigned, former members of the government of South Africa, testify herewith that rumors that millions of state money were taken to Europe by President Kruger, or that he took possession of the money at all, are untrue. That, on the contrary,
The President, at the outbreak of the war in 1899, lent the government of the Transvaal £40,000, and that this sum was never paid back to him, nor any interest on it. Signed, J.C. Smuts, F.W. Rates, and P.G.W. Oboler.
President Kruger was a shrewd man. Would he let it be known, even to members of his cabinet, that he was taking a large amount of gold with him? The more people who knew, the greater the possibility that the gold might be stolen. Is there any way of checking up on the missing treasure? I consulted my friend Dennis Godfrey, journalist, historical writer, who numbers among his many interests the study of coins.
South Africa's first indigenous coinage comprised the famous Burgers gold ponce minted in 1874 by President Burgers. It is known that in all 837 gold ponce were minted. No more indigenous South African coinage was minted until 1892, when President Kruger decreed that the South African Republic must have its own coinage, and Kruger coins, including gold coins of the value of a sovereign and a half-sovereign, were minted in Germany in 1892. In the years 1892 to 1898, the annual mintings amounted to about 1.5 million gold sovereigns in all. Further quantities of gold sovereigns were minted in 1900, but not an appreciable number. Coin collectors and dealers of today are a fairly astute lot, and they are fully aware of the numbers of each different coin minted, and have a fairly good idea of what is today in the hands of collectors. If anything like 4 million rands worth of gold Kruger sovereigns had been spirited away during the South African War, today's collectors and dealers would certainly know about it. It would mean, according to known facts and figures, that practically all the gold sovereigns ever minted during President Kruger's term of office are today hidden somewhere under a tree or beside a river or in some other place in the Eastern Transvaal or thereabouts. Of course, this is nonsense. Most of the gold coinage of the Kruger period, which was not melted down in the 1920s by the mint, is in the hands of collectors all over the world. Their holdings probably comprise at least the bulk of the gold coins minted before the turn of the century. So the coin collector of today will tell you without hesitation and with sound evidence to back him up that no Kruger millions exist in the form of gold coinage. And as for gold bars, it is known that the Kruger government was so hard pushed for money at a certain stage of the South African War that it certainly never had millions of pounds worth of gold bars.
But even this cannot be the final word. For in the 30s, it was admitted by Mr. Justice F.E.T. Krauser, an official in the old Republican administration, that he sent 120,000 ounces of gold direct to Machadodorp from the Round Mines. What became of it? Was it hidden in the bush? Cemented to the bottom of a boat? Lost at sea? Blown to bits by the British? It's a mystery that will never die. For hardly a week passes without reminiscences being published, and every so often Kruger coins are unearthed, as they were recently during excavations in Johannesburg. I should think it likely that the wily Pole encouraged all the rumours, so that no one could be sure what really happened to the gold. What became of the legendary Kruger million?
Breng mij terug naar jouw Transvaal, daar waar mijn Sare woont. Daar onder in die milies bij de groendoornboom, daar woont mijn Sare Mare. Daar onder in die milies bij de groendoornboom, daar woont mijn Sare Mare.
I waited until he had his back to me, with his hands raised high in the air, reaching for the window frame. Then I opened my purse, took out the gun, aimed very carefully at a spot just in the center of his left shoulder blade, and pulled the trigger 4 times.
Howie!
He didn't immediately fall. He had his fingers over the window ledge, ready to unfasten the catch, when the bullets hit him. With some terrible effort, he dug his nails into the stucco to keep himself from dying. Once he tried to turn his face and look at me, but he hadn't that much life left. At last he fell. I bent and looked at my husband's body. He was quite dead. I wiped off the gun, his gun, and threw it behind an acacia bush. And I walked back to the car, slowly and carefully removing any of my footprints which showed in the loose dirt of the road. I dusted my shoes and drove home. I put the car in the garage and went in and had my shower, and lay down in the library to wait. A few minutes after the grandfather clock struck 11, the telephone rang. Hello?
Mrs. Skinner?
This is she.
This is Jonathan Brown at the sheriff's office. I have some bad news for you.
Oh, what is it?
Mr. Skinner, ma'am. He's been killed. Mrs. Skinner? Hello, Mrs. Skinner? Are you all right?
I waited quietly for a moment, then I let the phone fall to the floor.
Mrs. Skinner?
I listened until I heard Jonathan Brown hang up, at which time I replaced my telephone on its stand and went into the kitchen for some ice, which I put in a large Turkish towel. I then arranged myself on the living room divan and again waited.
Mrs. Skinner?
In here, please.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Are you all right, Mrs. Skinner? That was a stupid thing for me to do, breaking the news that way, you know.
I'm all right.
I came over as soon as you, dropped the phone.
I felt faint suddenly.
And no wonder.
Tell me what happened, Mr.
Brown, Jonathan Brown from the sheriff's office.
Mr. Brown, please sit down.
Oh, thank you. Well, your husband was up at the Johnson house this afternoon, as well as we can figure, up there on the side of the mountain, you know. He must have been trying to get into the window, and somehow somebody, shot him. Sure you want me to tell you?
I'm sorry. Go on, please.
We looked around the place, couldn't see anything, although we found the, weapon. It was a gun. Found it in the brush near where he was. No footprints or anything.
To think that my husband shot.
There. Terrible shock. There now.
Thank you. I'll be all right.
Oh, don't you worry about a thing, Mrs. Skinner. Best thing for you to do right now is rest and take it easy.
Thank you for your help. You've been most kind.
The only thing I think you'll have to do will be make an appearance at the coroner's inquest, unless you're still not feeling well, you know, in which case I guess maybe you shouldn't be there.
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. Brown. You let me know when you need me. I'll be there. I slept very well that night. How much better a position I would hold as the tragic widow and as the discarded wife of a successful man. The next few days, a few photographers and newspaper men called, but they were kind and gentle and didn't make too much bother. Finally, Mr. Jonathan Brown called to say that he would send a car for me on Friday morning, the next day, as it turned out, to take me to the coroner's inquest. The small courtroom was crowded, and almost everyone there eyed me with great sympathy. The inquest proceeded evenly, and there was as yet no evidence as to the identity of my husband's murderer.
I have had this blackboard brought into court so that I might show the position of the body when found. I think it might be of interest. Proceed. Now, the body was found just below the first-story window on the left side of the house. The dead man was obviously trying to gain admittance, you know. He didn't die immediately, as I will show you, but stayed alive long enough to try to keep himself from falling, since marks from each of his fingernails were found running down the side of the building. Here, then, is the windowsill. Here are the marks of his fingernails, and here is the spot where the body lay when it was discovered.
As he talked, he watched me, did this, Mr. Brown. And I didn't know why until I heard the first scrape of the chalk against the blackboard. For one awful moment, it was the sound that had been made by my husband as he tried so desperately to hold himself alive. I found myself tightly clutching the wooden table in front of me, my arms, body tense, trying not to faint.
Now, since a large deposit of the dried stucco from the building was found under each of the victim's fingernails, I believe I can best illustrate the manner of the victim's last moments with a physical illustration. Now, suppose I'm the victim, you know, and this blackboard is the side of the building. We hear gunshots, and then the victim slowly sinks to the ground.
Please, don't make that noise.
Autolite is bringing you Miss Ann Baxter with Joseph Kearns in The 13th Sound. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hey, Joe, any more sound effects for the Autolite Stay Full battery?
Why, sure, Harlow.
That's the water that gives the Autolite Stay Full battery over 3 times the liquid protection of batteries without Stay Full features. That's why this famous battery needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
And what's this, Harlow?
Why, that's the dependable starting power of the Autolite Stay Full. Every positive plate is protected with fiberglass retaining mats to prevent shedding and flaking and keep the power-producing materials in place for longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards. And friends, you'll be as happy as a lark with the greater convenience and dependable starting power of the Autolite Stay Full battery. Only your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer has the Autolite Stay Full, and he's equipped to give you the best in battery advice and service. So see him, and he'll make sure that you're always right with Autolite.
And now Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Miss Ann Baxter in Elliot Lewis's production of The 13th Sound, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I must have been taken home from the inquest, for the next consciousness I had was lying on my bed. The house was quiet. Off to one side of the room, an old pipe hanging from between his teeth, sat Mr. Jonathan Brown from the sheriff's office.
Feeling better?
Oh, thank you. I'm terribly sorry to have...
Oh, that's all right. I thought maybe you better not go, you know. It's quite a strain.
Yes, it was quite a strain.
Coroner asked whether it'd be all right to go on without you. Everyone seemed agreed, you know, so we finished up while the doc looked you over.
What happened?
He said you'd be all right. Shock.
But I meant about my husband.
Met his death at the hand of person or persons unknown, you know.
Is there anything further I must do?
Not a thing, Mrs. Skinner.
Oh, you've been very kind.
Well, it's a terrible thing happened to you. I'll be going now. If there's nothing more you need from me.
Oh, nothing, thank you.
Well, goodbye then. And don't you worry. We'll find who did it, you know.
After he had left, I had the time to be angry at myself for my behavior at the inquest. What must the people have thought? To faint only from the noise of a piece of chalk on a blackboard. I wondered if Mr. Brown had suspected anything, because, as I remembered, he had been watching me as he drew those silly little diagrams on the board. He hadn't been looking anywhere else, not at the coroner, or any of the reporters, or even at what he was doing. He had been looking at me. Well, of course he was looking at me. He was showing his sympathy. I slowly allowed myself to return to my former position in the community. And as I'd anticipated, I was greeted with respect and admiration. Poor dear Mrs. Skinner, how tragic. The first evening I accepted an invitation was 5 weeks after my husband's death. For bridge at the country club.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I wonder if you'd forgive me.
Is something wrong, Melissa?
Well, I have a terrible headache. I'm afraid I've strained my eyes.
Oh, why don't you lie down for a few minutes?
If you wouldn't mind.
Why, not at all.
Would you care for an aspirin tablet, Melissa?
Thank you. No, if I could just lie down.
I told you that you needed new glasses. Now I suppose you'll get them. Locking the bar.
I'll get you comfortably settled.
Oh, don't bother, please. You go right ahead with your game. I'm sorry to be such a nuisance.
Oh, poor dear. That is uncomfortable.
There's something it don't pay to neglect. Your eyes, you know.
Mr. Brown, good evening. I didn't see you come in. You know these...
Oh, sure. Good evening, Mr. Gregg, Mrs. Gregg.
Good evening, Mr. Brown.
Would you object to a new partner? Considered a fairly good whist, pinochle, and bridge man.
We'd be delighted, Mr. Brown. Please join us.
Yes, please do.
Yes, very kind of you. No sense starting a new game. I'll just pick up where the lady went away.
Splendid. Then I believe it's my deal. I hope I deal myself a good hand. I've had atrocious luck all evening.
Maybe I can change it for you.
Yes, maybe you can.
Incidentally, Mrs. Skinner, I always meant to ask you whether or not you minded noises especially. Sharp noises, like, say, chalk on a blackboard.
I don't understand. Chalk on a blackboard?
At the inquest. I always wondered about it. You fainted just when the chalk was scratching across the blackboard.
I don't remember hearing it. I'm afraid I fainted before you drew any diagrams. I assume that's what you were planning to do. Draw diagrams?
That's what I was planning to do, yes, ma'am.
Yes. Ah, there we are. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me...
That's all right. I can reach them. Something wrong, Mrs. Skinner?
I didn't... Again it happened. And again as the noise was made, it sounded to me like my husband's fingernails gliding down the rough side of the Johnson house. And again as I slipped into darkness, I could see that Mr. Brown was watching me. I stayed at home for the next few days. I canceled all appointments. By Friday of that week, the musical group of which I was chairman was giving a concert of chamber music, which I had to attend. I went to the musicale alone, studying my program, when Mr. Jonathan Brown entered. I tried to avoid his eyes, but he came directly over to where I was sitting and took the place immediately next to me.
Is this seat taken?
Oh, good evening, Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Skinner. Well, good evening. I didn't recognize you, you know.
I was to be joined later.
Oh, I'll just sit here a moment then. You know, I'm terribly sorry about the other night.
There's really nothing at all for you to be sorry about.
It's very kind of you to say that, you know, but I do feel guilty as all sin being the cause of your getting sick.
Well, really, Mr. Brown, I wasn't sick at all. It was very close at the club that night, if you remember.
Yes, ma'am, it was. Well, just so I don't feel it was my fault, you know.
No, I don't want you to feel that it was your fault.
Well, that's very kind of you, you know. Oh, if you don't mind, I'll stay till whoever holds this seat gets here.
That's quite all right.
Thank you. Thank you, and welcome. We crave your indulgence and a certain open-mindedness for giving a fair chance to the first piece with which we're going to open our program this evening. The title of this piece is The 13th Sound, and the composer is Julian Creel. Now, this piece is what you'd call, I guess, modern music, and the really unusual thing about it is that the instruments play in quarter tones. Now, a quarter tone is somewhere in between the other tones, like we're accustomed to hearing. So, on this following piece, the instruments are not playing like you would think, out of tune. This is the way it's supposed to sound. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome. Tune up, gentlemen.
This should be very interesting, don't you think, Mrs. Skinner? The 13th sound. Have you heard it?
Oh, what? No, I haven't.
Too hot again, Mrs. Skinner? It does get stuffy in here, you know.
I'm all right. It's hot in here.
Oh, you look terribly peaked. You sure you're all right?
I'm quite all... Excuse me. I left Mr. Brown sitting on the rented folding chair. My man drove me home. I've never liked modern music. I locked all the doors and I turned on all the lights, and I did a foolish thing. I found a hammer and a piece of board, and I beat on the board with the hammer as hard as I could, and finally the heavy, steady pounding that I made drove the other sharp, shrill, awful noise from my mind. I turned out all the lights, opened the windows, and went to sleep. I didn't sleep well, but I didn't stay awake either. I hadn't set the alarm next to my bed when I first awoke the next morning. For a minute, I couldn't remember what had happened. I felt drugged. And I heard the gardener mowing my lawn, and I looked around my room and saw all my familiar possessions. It had been the heat. Both times that I had fainted, it had been close in the room. And the first time it had happened, at the inquest, I had been overwrought and disturbed. Anyone would have fainted at her husband's inquest. There was nothing strange about that. I looked at his picture on my dressing table. He looked so smug and safe. How happy I was to be rid of him. I got out of bed and put on a lovely chartreuse brocade housecoat I'd just gotten and went downstairs. Then I heard... What? I didn't know. I didn't care. I knew only that I had to stop it before it happened to me again. Stop it! Please, stop it!
Pardon me, Mrs. Skinner?
Get out of here. Who told you to do your work here? Did someone tell you to make that noise near my house?
No, ma'am. The lawnmower wasn't cutting. I had to sharpen it.
Get out! Go on, get off this property at once!
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Go and don't ever come back, you hear? Don't ever come back!
Good morning, Mrs. Skinner. It's a lovely day.
I turned and ran back to my living room. I stood shivering there in a beam of sunlight. I waited for him to come bursting into the room after me. I waited, but nothing happened. No one came into the house. I turned and looked. Mr. Brown was walking slowly out my front gate. His shoulders seemed a little more stooped than usual, but he was leaving. I went up to my room. I knew what I must do. I carefully packed all my clothes because I was going away. Halfway through my packing, I went downstairs for my coffee, and then the doorbell rang. Who is it?
It's Miss Gregg.
Oh, just a moment. Come in.
Did I disturb you?
No, not at all.
Oh, then I will come in, but I can only stay a minute.
Would you like some coffee?
Oh, no, thank you. When I was so sick, you remember, the doctor absolutely forbade me having any more coffee.
Oh, I didn't know that. Sit down, please.
Do you drink much coffee?
Why do you ask?
Well, I thought perhaps on account of your recent attacks might have been caused by that. Mr. Gregg is an exponent of aspirin and salt tablets. I think it's much simpler than that. Just cut out the coffee.
I think my attacks were just caused by this heat. I'm planning to go away, where it's cooler.
Oh, how splendid. That will certainly help you. I don't mean to be disrespectful, heaven knows, but perhaps you might meet a fine young man who will...
Well, perhaps.
When do you plan to leave?
Tomorrow morning. I'm leaving for New York.
Oh, that's terrible.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, the clubhouse. The unveiling ceremonies are the day after tomorrow. We assumed that you'd be there for the ceremonies.
Oh, I'd forgotten.
And you simply can't leave. Why, I don't even know what we'd do without you.
The day after tomorrow?
You'd really need almost all that time to properly pack. And we have no one who can replace you on the speaker's platform.
All right, then, Mrs. Gregg. I'll stay for the ceremonies. So I put off my trip. I packed carefully for it and stayed at home for the 2 days. I made my reservations and prepared to close my house. The day of the unveiling, I ordered my bags sent to the station, gave directions to the caretaker, and then drove to the new clubhouse with Mr. and Mrs. Gregg. The building was really very lovely. It was almost ready for occupancy. This day we were unveiling an heroic figure which graced the entranceway.
Isn't this exciting?
Yes, very.
You ladies have done a marvelous job.
Oh, thank you.
What's that fella doing up there?
Where?
Oh, see? Up on the roof. The workman?
Oh, yes. It makes me nervous to see people at such height.
He is awfully close to the air.
Oh, he knows his business, I imagine.
Yes.
I'm very anxious to hear your little talk, Mrs. Skinner.
Thank you.
Well, I think we should get on with it, eh?
I believe it'll only be a few more minutes.
No.
What?
What is it?
Oh, good heavens, look. That workman, he's going to fall.
Well, can't someone catch him? He's hanging onto that rope.
Oh, some of the men are running up there now.
No, they've got to catch him.
They will.
No.
Oh, he's falling.
I did it.
What?
I did it.
Nonsense, Mrs. Skinner. You had nothing to do with it.
I did it. I killed him. I did it.
Oh, you don't know what you're saying. You're upset.
I did it. I killed him. I did it.
Mrs. Skinner, let me take you home. You're not well.
I killed him.
Let me take you home, Mrs. Skinner.
I killed him. Listen to me. Don't you understand?
I understand.
I killed him, Mr. Brown. Stop that noise. Can't you hear it? I killed him. I killed him.
I know, ma'am. It's going to be all right, you know. You just come along with me.
You sign it, Jonathan?
Uh-huh. Shame.
Yeah.
People do funny things.
Yeah. Say the fella?
Uh-huh. He's very clever.
Sure is. I really thought he was falling off that building.
He used to be an acrobat.
How'd he make that noise?
He was holding 10 penny nails in his hand. Scraped them along the face of the building as he slid down the rope.
He's an awful racket.
Uh-huh. Pity. Nice lady, you know.
Yeah.
What the devil are you doing?
Huh? Fixing my nails, I guess.
Well, cut it out, will you?
Sure. What's the matter with you?
That noise makes me nervous, I guess. You know? Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Miss Ann Baxter.
Friends, this is Harlow Wilcox again to remind you that Autolite is the world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. In 28 plants from coast to coast, Autolite makes over 400 products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats, including famous Autolite Stay-Full batteries carried by your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer. See him soon and ask for an Autolite Stay-Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, our star will be Miss Rosalind Russell in When the Bough Breaks. And in weeks to come, you will hear such famous stars as Phil Harris and Alice Faye, Charles Boyer and Jeff Chandler, all on Suspense.
Suspense is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The 13th sound was written for Suspense by Elliot and Kathy Lewis. In tonight's cast, Joseph Kearns was heard as Mr. Brown, Florence Bates as Mrs. Gregg, and Norman Field as Mr. Gray. Others in the cast were Howard McNair, Sarah Selby, Anthony Barrett, Jim Nusser, and John Stevenson. Our sincere thanks to 20th Century Fox Studios, who made possible Ann Baxter's appearance tonight. Watch for Miss Baxter's appearance in that studio's forthcoming production, follow the sun. And remember, next week on Suspense, Miss Rosalind Russell as a woman who holds death over her husband's head. A tale we call When the Bough Breaks.
You can buy Autolite stateful batteries, Autolite standard type or resistor type spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
Important progress is being made against cancer through the American Cancer Society's research and education programs. Join the 1951 Cancer Crusade. Mail your contribution now to Cancer, care of your local post office. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you the story of a woman who holds death over her husband's head when the bough breaks, starring Miss Rosalind Russell.
Say, Harlow, I just saw one of those old-fashioned electric autos.
Old-fashioned? How about your car, Cap?
Well, mine uses gasoline.
Does gas crank your engine, run your radio, your lights, your heater, your cigarette lighter?
Why, no. Electricity does.
You bet it does, Hap, and it's all produced and stored right under the hood of your car. And that's where Autolite comes in, Hap, because Autolite designs and builds complete electrical systems, used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars.
You mean Autolite makes generators, coils, and distributors, eh, Harlow?
They sure do, Hap, with all the units and their thousands of component parts related by Autolite engineering design and Autolite manufacturing skill, give the smoothest performance money can buy.
Sounds like a winning combination to me, Harlow.
It is, Hap, believe me. So, friends, take a tip from me and specify Autolite original factory parts when replacements are needed for your Autolite-equipped car. You'll find it pays, because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with When the Bough Breaks and the performance of Miss Rosalind Russell, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
I remember when I was little. I remember you used to swing me in the garden, and the big maple tree and the rusty squeak as I went up and down, up and down. Grandfather, don't let me fall. I want you to hold me like you used to when I was hurt. I'm afraid because I'm dying, just the way you died, Grandfather. And why should I die? How did it all happen?
This is it, baby.
It looks very nice. Oh, Harry, please be careful of my coat. You're dragging it there on the ground.
I'm sorry, Ev. Here, you hold it while I get the key out. I'll get the suitcases later. Now, wait a minute, baby. Let's do this right.
Oh, Harry, put me down. People are watching.
Now, let them watch. We're married. This is the way it's done. Oh, you've got a lot to learn.
All right, now. Put me down, Harry. Please. Harry, I asked you to put me down. Will you please put me...
I'm sorry.
Oh, you're sweet. I'm tired. I didn't mean to be angry. I'm tired, that's all.
Yeah, sure. Well, you like it?
Oh, it's a very nice house, dear. I'm sure we'll be comfortable.
Not bad for a short order deal. Take a look around. Here, open this door.
It's a closet.
Yeah, it's not bad, eh? They're all like that. Lots of room. Living room, dining room through here, kitchen.
Harry, please. Can I sit down for a minute? My head's splitting.
Yeah, sure, baby, sure. On the sofa, huh? That's not bad, huh? Come on now. Off with the shoes.
Oh.
Put your feet up.
Oh, thank you, dear. It all looks very nice. You must have spent a lot of money, though.
Money nothing. As soon as the probate judge turns the real money loose, we'll get something that'll knock your eye out.
I don't want to talk about that, Harry. I don't want to even think about it. Never again.
No, of course not, baby. What's the matter with me? Of course you don't.
I don't want to think about it, Grandfather. But I have to talk about it to you. There'll be the lawyers to pay and the inheritance tax. I never realized how very much you were worth. But you never spoke much about money. It was always there ever since I can remember. Funny. I never thought about it until after you'd gone. Harry did, though. I lied to you about Harry. I'm sorry I didn't meet him the way I said. I picked him up, Grandfather, on the beach. I went looking for a man, and I found him. The men you chose for me were so weak. I wanted someone like you, like Harry. It wasn't respectable of a woman in her late 30s to do that, was it? I'm sorry.
Well, honey, I guess you didn't know that I had a feel for interior decorating, did you?
No, I didn't.
Maybe when we get the dough, I can... Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, baby. I was figuring maybe I'd go in the business.
Harry, how did you know they'd let me go? How did you know all this wouldn't be wasted, or maybe you'd be here with another girl?
You're the girl, Mousy. Only you. Besides, they couldn't have pinned it on you. Why, I watched that jury. You're high class. They believed you.
Yesterday. I didn't think I'd be married now and in a new house. I thought
Oh, forget it. You've been acquitted, and that's it. From here on in...
Harry!
Baby, you're jumpy.
Yes, I'm jumpy. Harry...
Relax. Married couples have callers. It's probably the next door neighbors. You stay right here. I'll get rid of them.
Harry Stryker. Fancy meeting you here.
What do you want, Corcoran?
He doesn't say glad to see you. He doesn't say come in and have a drink. All he says is, what do you want, Corcoran?
We're busy. No statements.
No statements. You just got married, didn't you? You moved into a new house. Your wife beat a murder rap yesterday. No statement. You're news.
Harry, make him go away. Harry, please.
Mrs. Stryker. Well, congratulations on all counts. Marriage, murder, and money.
All right, Corcoran, out.
Are you kidding? You and Evie are good for 5 or 6 more front pages. You're my babies. My story of the year.
I'm going to bounce you. You can beat me to it by walking out, but fast.
Why don't you leave us alone? The trial is over. The state is finished with us. Why can't you be?
Finished, Evie? You were acquitted, that's what you mean. You can never be tried again for the same murder.
And please...
Not even if you said to me, it might amuse your readers to know, Mr. Corcoran, that I really did murder my grandfather. They can't touch you.
I'm going to work you over, boy, so that you'll never chew a steak again.
I would.
Then get out.
Okay. But first I came here to tell you something.
Evie, go in the next room.
No. What do you want, Mr. Corcoran?
Oh, nothing much, Mrs. Stryker. I just wanted to tell you that I'm going to do a Sunday feature on you. I'm going to call it She Has Him in the Palm of Her Hand.
No. Forget about us, please. Harry, give him some money. Tell him to stop.
You couldn't pay me enough, Evie. The story of why you hold this guy's life in your hands is too good.
What do you mean by that, Crack?
I knew your wife would beat the case the minute I laid eyes on her, Harry. That holier-than-thou look, grandfather known by one and all to be a wretched old man, Myerson as a lawyer. Cinch.
You've written about those things, Mr. Corcoran. Don't you think that after all...
Wait a minute, I'm leading up to it. The autopsy showed your grandfather had a disease that would have killed him anyway in a few more months. So, verdict,
Well,
suicide.
why can't you understand that, suicide? He knew he was going to die.
I don't buy it. But I buy this. Harry, you were never brought to trial because they couldn't tie you into it. You had an alibi for the night the old man drank that poison.
Yeah, I wasn't there.
The DA knew that you're a photographer, among other things, and had access to cyanide, but he couldn't hang anything on you. So you weren't tried for murder. She was. She can't be again. Not for that one.
Harry, I'm tired of this. Mr. Corcoran is trying to frighten us, that's all. Will you ask him to leave?
Now, hold it, baby. Go on, Corcoran, get to the point.
Sure. Well, like I say, you weren't indicted. Could be, if your wife talked.
Talked? But there's nothing for me to talk about. What could I say?
You could say that Harry got the cyanide for you, and you worked it out together to get the old man's money. Then they'd try Harry, not you, Evie, because you've been acquitted.
I won't listen, I won't.
Okay.
So long, Corcoran.
Sure. Don't get sore.
If you didn't do it, you haven't got a thing to worry about, Harry. But if you did, you better be nice to Mrs. Stryker, because maybe someday she'll get mad. And if she talks, it's bye-bye, Harry.
So long, Corcoran.
You got him in the palm of your hand, Evie. Remember, they can't touch you for it.
When Harry came back from the door, I knew what he was thinking. What that horrible newspaper reporter had said. He wouldn't look at me. He just went to a table and poured a drink. I was afraid of him. I wanted him to hold me and tell me it was all right, like you used to. But he didn't. And then I wanted to run away. Anywhere. Get on a boat. Fly. Never see Harry Stryker again. Run, run, run.
Where you going, baby?
But I need some air. I thought I'd go
Now,
out.
don't be silly. You don't want to go out there. Corcoran's probably still hanging around.
Harry.
What? What is it, Mousy?
Harry, it's all right, isn't it? I mean, you don't believe what he said.
No, of course not. He's a snooper, that's all.
It wasn't the money, was it, Harry? You didn't want me just because of the money.
No, baby.
I'm not pretty. I'm not clever. You don't love me, do you? Why should I attract a man like you? It was the money, wasn't it?
You're upset, baby. Look, go lie down, will you? It's okay. Everything's okay.
Say it. Say you love me. You never have, please. Harry. Harry, look at me. Tell me you think I'm pretty. Harry, say nice things to me. Tell me you love me. Harry,
Keep
please.
your voice down. Corcoran's still outside. He's listening.
That was it then. All the time. That's all you cared about, the money. It's never been me. All I wanted was to love you and to have you and to be...
I'll get you.
No. No. Oh, I wish I were dead. I wish I'd told them the truth. I should have said, I'm guilty. We're both guilty. Harry and I did it. We murdered him. We murdered Grandfather.
Baby, don't ever say that again. Not even to yourself. Don't even think it.
When he finished what he had to say, he just looked at me. There was death in my new husband's eyes.
Autolite is bringing you Miss Rosalind Russell with Sheldon Leonard in When the Bough Breaks. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Hap. Hey, Hap. Hey, Hap, what are you doing?
Oh, why, Harlow. I was just proving to myself how important the Autolite electrical system is to my Autolite-equipped car.
Well, it's the lifeline of your car, Hap. And Autolite designs and builds complete electrical systems, including the coil, distributor, generator, and starting motor for many leading makes of our finest cars. Autolite electrical systems are built to give you the smoothest performance money can buy.
I'm sure glad my car's Autolite-equipped.
Right, Hap. So, friends, because the electrical system of your car is so important to the smooth, efficient, and economical operation of your car, it will pay you to treat your car occasionally to a checkup at your nearest authorized Autolite service station, whose name is listed in the classified section of your telephone book, or at the dealer who sells your make of car. In either place, or at the garage or repair shop displaying the Autolite Original Factory Parts sign, you can be sure of getting Autolite Original Factory Parts in case your Autolite-equipped car needs replacements. And you'll find it pays, because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Miss Rosalind Russell in Elliott Lewis's production of When the Bough Breaks, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I remember the scent of our garden. I remember when we used to swing me in the evening before supper, and the honeysuckle, sweet, drifting about us. We were happy, weren't we? Not like the sadness that came afterwards, and the bitter taste that isn't the taste of honeysuckle. Why am I dying, Grandfather? Where are you? Hold my hand, and I shan't be afraid of the dark. Afraid of Harry standing there so close. This dark, angry face looking down at me.
You've got to get hold of yourself, Evie. Do you hear me?
Yes, all right.
This is no good. Don't you see what Corcoran wants? If he can get us at each other's throats, he'll have us and his lousy story.
But I wouldn't do anything to hurt you. How can you think such a thing?
You've got to get straightened out. The way you are now, you'll spill over the first time anyone puts pressure on you.
I won't, Harry, honestly. I'll never say a word. I won't. I just want to be happy with you. I want you to love me.
Sure, baby, sure. But you've got to understand, like Corcoran says, it's my neck now, not yours. We've got to be careful.
Harry, maybe if I went away somewhere, alone, maybe I could rest and forget the trial and go somewhere and rest. I'll come back. You wouldn't have to worry about me saying anything. Everything will be all right when I come back. You'll let me go, won't you, Harry? You wouldn't do anything to stop me. Harry!
Shut up, will you?
Harry! Oh.
Cut it out. Oh, honey, I didn't want to do that. You got to believe me, I didn't. Well, you see what you're like. I've got to watch you, take care of you.
You hit me. Nobody ever hit me. Ever.
It's all right, Mouse.
Don't touch me, don't.
There, you see, all of a sudden you're afraid of me, and it's just because of that Corcoran guy. Look, you mustn't be afraid of me. We're in the clear, don't you see? It's all downhill now. Your grandfather was already dying, only we didn't know it. So when we did what we did, then luck was with us. So we're in the clear. They couldn't prove anything against you then. They can't now.
I've always been afraid of you. I've always done what you wanted me to do. Part of it was because I loved you, but most of it because I'm afraid. You never let anything get in your way. Grandfather was in your way. Now maybe it's me.
Are you saying that this was all my idea? Are you saying that you never asked me to help you get rid of the old man?
Oh, I don't know what I'm saying. I'm tired.
Yeah, that's it. You're tired. Well, you make me a drink. I'll get the bags out of the car. You've got to start getting domestic, Mousy. You're an old married woman now.
He went out to get the suitcases, but left the front door open. It was too cold to leave the door open. He wanted it that way, so that he could see me, or hear me if I picked up the telephone. You mustn't laugh when I tell you that in the middle of the living room, standing there, I felt the same way I did when you punished me. When you used to put me in the hall closet and make me stand in the dark with the door closed. I must have been a very naughty little girl sometimes. Is that why I killed you, Grandfather? That night I had a dream. It was a funny dream. There was an enormous alarm clock in the middle of a field. The sun was shining, and you and I were dancing in time to the ticking of the clock. Then Harry came along, and he tried to dance too, but he was clumsy and tripped and fell down. He waved his arms, and his mouth went open and shut, but we couldn't hear him because of the ticking. Oh, we laughed so hard.
What's so funny?
Harry. Oh, nothing. No, nothing. It was just a dream.
Yeah, well, tell me about it.
Well, I can't. I don't remember. It was just funny.
You didn't sound like you were asleep.
Well, I was. Really, I was.
Maybe you figured out a way to tip off Corcoran about me, eh? Maybe that's what was funny.
No, Harry, it was a dream.
You haven't been kidding me. Why do you think I've watched you every minute? I know what's on your mind.
You're wrong. I thought we were happy.
With what you're holding over my head? With what you can do to me? Are you kidding? Now, listen. I haven't slept since the trial, and you know why? It's because I'm afraid of you. Every time we go to the store, every time we go out anywhere, I'm waiting for you to run. Call the cops.
I wouldn't, I wouldn't. I never even thought of it, not since...
Not since yesterday? Well, you thought of it plenty then, didn't you? Didn't you?
Yes, no. Oh, Harry.
Now you're laughing because you figure you can get rid of me.
No.
No, you're right. Don't kid yourself. I figured out the whole thing. I got us in the clear, and now you want to mess it up.
What are you going to do to me? You're going to...
Oh, I don't know. It depends, baby. Depends on whether you can keep your mouth shut.
Why did we do it? Why did we kill him?
You wanted the money.
No, you don't understand. I wanted to get away from him, and I wanted you. But I'm not away.
All right, Mousy, all right. But we did it, and now we've got to follow it through.
You didn't want me without the money. You didn't want me at all. Just the money. You don't love me.
It happens I do. That's something you can't understand, huh? I've tried to make you believe me, and And something like this comes up, and I'm afraid of you. I keep remembering that if you want to, you can send me to the chair.
Harry, I wouldn't. I could never hurt you.
Don't worry. You won't. I'm going to watch and see that you don't. Now you better get back to sleep.
The next day, he didn't talk to me at all. He didn't say a word. We just sat around the house, and I felt ugly. I prayed I'd suddenly be beautiful, because then he'd trust me, and he'd know that I wouldn't hurt him. It was after lunch that he went into the kitchen. I wanted to watch him now just as he was watching me. I couldn't bear to have him out of my sight. Supposing he went out the back door, around the front, and crept up quietly behind me. I got up, stood behind the dining room door, looking through the crack. He was taking down a vial from the closet where he kept his photographic things. I couldn't see a label, but I knew what it was. He put the vial in his jacket pocket and closed the closet. I was going to be murdered with cyanide the way you were, Grandfather.
You stay here and keep quiet. I'll answer the door. I don't want to hear a sound out of you.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm your Daily Times delivery boy, and I've come to welcome you into our community.
Yeah, sure, okay. Some other time, huh?
As a service to you, so that you may keep abreast of world events, your newspaper, the Daily Times...
Now, look, buddy, we don't need a paper. Go peddle them somewhere else.
Please call someone. Tell the police
Sorry,
that
kid, we're not interested.
Shut up.
Shut up. Now, get back in the living room. I should have known that... Oh, you crazy... I ought to kill you for trying that. I ought to kill you.
Kill me. That's what I was going to do. I had to get away or use the phone. Call the police. I needed you, Grandfather. I needed you to help me. He walked slowly back into the living room and took off his jacket. I thought how funny it was. Just like a man before a fight. Perhaps he thought I'd fight with him to save my life. What is it like to die, Grandfather? I used to ask you that when I was little. When Dad died.
It's hot in here. I'm going to have a drink. I fixed the phone so you can forget that. I'll only be in the kitchen so I can hear you. Don't try anything.
Now he was going to use it. The cyanide. He hadn't taken it out of his jacket pocket. It was still there. I knew it was. I heard him open the refrigerator and get out spice. I didn't even have to get up. I could reach his jacket from where I sat. I was very careful. Used my handkerchief to get the vial out. I'd learned about fingerprints during the trial. I knew just how much to put in a drink so that it wouldn't taste. Harry had taught me that. I was reaching for the cork in the whiskey bottle when I heard him coming back.
Forgot the ice.
He hadn't seen me. He hadn't. I took the cork out of the whiskey bottle and emptied the vial of cyanide into it. That was all. It was done. I was sitting in my chair when Harry came back with the ice.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing.
You sick?
No, I'm all right.
Well, you don't look all right. You better have a drink.
I don't want any.
No, you better. We got to talk. Here you are. This will fix you up. Drink it straight. Here.
No, Harry. I don't want it. I can't stand the taste of it, please.
No, there you go again. You're getting hysterical. Now, come on. This will settle you down.
No, I won't. It'll let go of me. It'll make me sick. Please, Harry, don't make me.
Here.
Harry, you know I never drink. Harry, I don't want it.
It won't kill you. Would you rather have me slap you around? Now, cut it out. Drink it. No, come on,
Harry,
drink
Harry,
it.
No, Harry. There was a terrible burning, Grandfather. I tried to fight, but I couldn't. And I saw Harry fade away further and further until he was miles above me, leaning down and calling to me. I can see his face. so frightened. Then there was nothing. It's very quiet, except for the swing. Quiet. Quiet. You won't let me fall, will you? I can't see you, but you're there. Hold my hand, Grandfather. I don't want to be alone.
She's gone.
I'm surprised you held on so long. Cyanide cases are usually faster.
Cyanide? Hey, wait a minute.
No telling. Okay, come on, Stryker. We're going downtown.
Well, what are you talking about, cyanide? What do you mean?
Didn't you know? There was an empty bottle in your jacket pocket. Your prints all over it. On the glass she drank from, too.
Well, yeah, sure they are. She was having hysterics, so I made her drink from it.
Cyanide never cured hysterics, Harry.
Oh, look, I didn't do it. Listen, I didn't kill her.
Like you didn't have anything to do with her grandfather's murder, I know. What was the matter? She threatened to talk?
I didn't do it, I tell you, I didn't.
Okay, so you didn't do it. Come on.
Well, look, don't you understand? I put that cyanide in my pocket because I was afraid that she'd use it on me. I wasn't going to kill her. I was just trying to quiet her down.
Brother, when you quiet them down, they stay quiet. Let's go.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Miss Rosalind Russell.
Friends, this is Harlow Wilcox again to remind you that Autolite is the world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. In 28 plants from coast to coast, Autolite makes over 400 products for cars, trucks, planes, boats, and tractors, including Autolite original factory parts, sold by authorized Autolite service stations, car dealers, garages, or repair shops. Only Autolite original factory parts can assure you of the balance and perfect timing that were originally built into your car's Autolite electrical system right on the assembly line. So, when replacements are needed, be sure to specify Autolite original factory parts, because you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, our stars will be Phil Harris and Alice Faye in Death on My Hands. And in weeks to come, you will hear such famous stars as Charles Boyer, Jeff Chandler, and Dick Powell, all on Suspense.
Suspense is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. When the Bough Breaks was written for Suspense by Anthony Ellis, from a story by Sheldon Leonard, who was heard as Harry. Others in tonight's cast were Joseph Kearns, Barney Phillips, and Jeffrey Silver.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Phil Harris and Alice Faye in a tale we call Death on My Hands.
You can buy Autolite electrical parts, Autolite Stayful batteries, Autolite standard or resistor type spark plugs at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
Children afflicted with cerebral palsy have been given new hope through the study and solution of their problems.
United Cerebral Palsy is now making its appeal for funds to fight this crippler. Mail your contribution to Palsy, 50 West 57th Street, New York 19, New York. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.